The most dangerous killers of all are the ones you don't see coming.
Women are far more likely than men to get away with murder because they're rarely suspected.
This fortune teller sees a future of death.
Someone who was a seer or a prophet was someone you didn't want to mess with.
A high-flying lawyer has a lethal brief.
A conniving, backstabbing Miss Priss who thinks that she's entitled to anything in this world.
And a dear old aunt serves a cup of tea to die for.
She was one of the worst types of serial killers this country has ever known.
These deadly women are right behind you. But you'll never guess who. They're beyond suspicion. She claims to have a special gift.
She could foresee the future. That made people admire her, and she relished that.
They thought that she was possessed with some power of the occult and the beyond that made her this amazing prophet of doom.
Tilly Gaburek is special, but not in the way her customers think.
Tilly was on a killing spree. She was enjoying killing people.
An immigrant neighborhood in Northwest Chicago, 1911.
Little Poland, the area where Tilly was a several square block area of pretty much just Polish people who were fairly fresh off the boat.
It was said that there were more Poles living here in Chicago at one point than there were in the entire city of Warsaw in Poland.
Like many in Little Poland, Tilly Gaburek lives a precarious existence.
I'm so late. The market was so crowded and there were so many people and the potatoes.
It's made worse by an idle husband.
That's all you have.
Did you bring my beer?
I didn't bring the beer. I had no money left.
Husband was a drunk and was pretty lazy and really just didn't do much of anything. And so she ended up supporting them because he only worked every once in a while at odd jobs.
Useless woman.
Each year of Tilly's unhappy marriage is making her more bitter.
It was unkindly said about Tilly that she was greasy complected, ill-mannered, just a thoroughly unpleasant kind of woman to look at. And she was made hard by the times that she lived in.
Why, many you have no idea.
She's thinking of how to get out.
26 years of a tough marriage to a man that had caused her so much grief. And finally, I think something snapped within her.
One evening, after another long day at work,
Isabel, you come on.
You are going to work. I'm sick of your work. You.
Tilly stands up for herself.
Hey.
What are you doing?
Sit down. You get taken. Get out. I'm sick of it. Take this.
She had spent her whole life being a downtrodden, beaten kind of person. And finally, now she had some power.
It took a long time for Tilly to stand up for herself, but when she did, she became a new person.
At age 55, Tilly wants a new life, a new look, and a new career.
After Tilly broke out of her shell, she had to construct a scenario where she looked like somebody important, that she had a talent no one else did.
That talent is predicting the future.
When you go into a dress shop and you order a black dress, obviously a morning dress, and a shopkeeper asks, "Oh, I'm sorry, when did your husband die?"
In 2 weeks.
This really changed her status in the neighborhood, because someone who was a seer or a prophet was someone you didn't want to mess with.
Writer Troy Taylor says Tilly's self-proclaimed psychic powers gave her something she'd never had before: respect.
Throughout her life, Tilly was just a plain, ordinary person who had no real claim to fame. It wasn't until she made these psychic predictions of who was going to die that she was really set apart from the rest of the crowd.
But Tilly's predictions are worthless unless she can make them come true.
Poisoning is a method women frequently use to dispatch their victims. It suited Tilly's personality because she could be in control, she could get close to her victim, she could decide when, where, and how they died.
Sit.
Tilly has given her husband of 26 years
Yes.
a lethal dose of arsenic.
Eat. Good.
What it does is it causes paresthesias. In other words, it causes damage to the nerves in the hands and in the feet.
Yes.
Headache, vomiting, a feeling of being ill with the flu.
Come on. More.
This is particularly distressing because once it starts, it doesn't go away. It's there day and night, day after day after day.
In the midst of murder, something unexpected happens. Tilly begins to enjoy it.
She had this very perverse, sadistic glee in watching the death throes, the agonizing death throes of her victims.
This sadistic glee is the catalyst for Tilly to begin another new career.
She was married to her first husband for 26 years before suddenly becoming an overnight serial killer.
We know it was at least 9, and the newspapers believed it could have been as high as 20.
A grieving widow beyond suspicion. Tilly Gaburek has murdered her first husband. Now she's cashing in.
Are you sure, man?
Yeah, that's fine. Just give me the money.
Okay.
He had an insurance policy, which at that time, in the late teens, that was a lot of money in a poor immigrant neighborhood like Little Poland.
I think Tilly's first murder was mostly out of convenience. She was tired of her husband, she didn't want him around, and it just so happened that she got $1,000 out of the deal. After that, she saw a way to make a living.
She barely waited until the ground on the earth had settled before she was marrying her next husband.
This husband dies too. And so does the next. Both deaths are predicted by Tilly, and both provide lucrative life insurance payouts.
Most of the Polish people who lived in the neighborhood were very religious people, and superstitious people. Nobody really was brave enough to go and tell the police that they thought there was something going on.
With each death, Tilly's reputation as a fortune teller grows. Dare to cross her, and you'll be the subject of a terrifying prophecy.
The future. There.
She would very often whisper in their ear, "You're going to die soon."
And apparently, all of her predictions were coming true. There was one young woman who did notice that Tilly had seen several men die in her home and was suspicious, and of course, then she died herself.
By this time, no one in the neighborhood is safe.
She also got into an argument with some parents of some 3 little children who also mysteriously died.
She even poisoned a neighbor's dog that was barking and causing her to lose sleep at night.
I think Tilly enjoyed the power that wielding life or death over another human being gave her. And she enjoyed it. It was one thing to kill a husband for his life insurance. It's completely different to kill someone that had angered her.
The suspicion nobody dares voice is the link between all the deaths. Tilly's famous stew.
Tilly was an accomplished cook. It was said that she could whip up a fabulous meal.
Perhaps that is what attracts her fourth and final husband, Joe Klimek.
Joe Klimek, who kind of strikes me as being a little clueless. I guess today we would say he was very laid back and didn't pay much attention to local gossip.
Joe doesn't realize the woman pretending to nurse him back to health is actually killing him.
It wasn't until his brother finally said, I think there's something wrong with you, that he realized that he was getting sick.
More soup?
In fact, he never did anything. It was his brother who thought there was something suspicious going on after asking around the neighborhood and finding out that Tilly had already buried several other husbands.
And for every husband who eats a deadly serving of stew, there's an insurance policy for Tilly to collect on. When Joe Klimek's brother alerts the police, they're just in time to prevent Tilly claiming her final victim.
Joe was probably one bowl away from death of Tilly's stew. When the police showed up at their home on Winchester, it was simmering on the stove.
The bodies of Tilly's previous husbands are exhumed. They each contain enough arsenic to kill 4 people.
In the good old days, it was actually quite easy to get away with murder. In today's world, with modern forensics, with knowledge of heavy metal poisoning like arsenic, I would say that after one death, we would be on to her.
On trial for murder, Tilly Gaburek becomes a household name across America. Her transformation from an unknown working woman is complete.
She really seemed to enjoy the attention, and I think that that was a big part of why she did what she did. She was in the spotlight, and she ended up with a life sentence in prison.
The woman who was so eager to predict a death won't admit to causing any. To this day, the exact number of Tilly Gaburek's victims is a mystery.
The number of dead that Tilly left in her wake is a pretty amazing number. We know it was at least 9, and the newspapers believed it could have been as high as 20. She does definitely rate up there as I would say, probably the deadliest woman in Chicago history.
They say opposites attract.
A 60-year-old, overweight, alcoholic, drug addict, beautiful, young, 30-year-old lawyer.
But it's not love that brought this couple together.
She always dated a man to get something out of him, be it a car, be it an apartment. She was investing in this relationship for some reason. Hey! And that was probably what? Murder.
When you talk about a human life, it's something to value.
Buck Clinton knows exactly what his son's life was worth. $5,000. That's how much 2 lawyers paid to have him killed.
It's sad to think that people get to the point that they do. I may not be a saint myself, but on the other hand, there's a limit of what people do, and there's certain lines that individuals just do not cross.
Buck's son, Buzz Clinton, did nothing to deserve death.
Uh-oh, the magic carpet's starting to lift off.
His only crime, to fall in love with single mom, Kim Carpenter, and play dad to her daughter, Rebecca.
Kim and Buzz were extremely happy. They were 2 people who understood each other. And they really fit together well, those 2, right? And Buzz really loved Kim's child, Rebecca.
1, 2, 3.
And wanted to be a father figure for that child.
Can you feel that? Is it heavy? Is it heavy?
Because the child did not have a father.
And this father will be taken away too, in a bitter family feud. Kim Carpenter's parents dote on their granddaughter. Her sister Beth is also fiercely protective of her niece. But they all have a big problem with Buzz Clinton.
They hated him from day one. All the Carpenters hated him. Beth Carpenter, the mother, the father.
To the rest of the Carpenter family, Buzz isn't worthy of raising a daughter because of his past career as a male revue dancer.
They looked at Buzz as he was this kid who was a dancer. So whenever they met, there were fireworks, you know, they didn't get along.
This was a guy that was, in their opinion, a loser, who took off his clothes for money and let women stuff $20 bills in his jockstrap. And they couldn't stand it.
Writer M. William Phelps says Beth Carpenter was a single-minded woman.
There was just the one Beth. She was all business, whatever she did. Beth Carpenter, when she set out to get something she wanted, she got it.
Beth's latest achievement is a law degree and a job with a Connecticut attorney called Heyman Klein.
In walks this beautiful, young, 30-year-old lawyer, fresh out of law school. And Heyman invites her right in and says, "You want a job? I'll give you a job."
Beth has begun her professional career and now begins a personal crusade. Her goal this time, to take custody of her niece, Rebecca.
She wanted the child, and she wanted to raise the child because she could do it better.
Sole custody case number 2064.
Never giving consideration to Kim.
Custody case of Rebecca Carpenter.
Beth Carpenter decided we're gonna have to fight for custody of that child, and we're gonna begin to show that Kim and Buzz are just not capable of raising that child.
The drawn-out custody case pits sister against sister in a vicious battle.
Beth began to just testify in court that, you know, Buzz is this, Buzz is that. Kim is this, Kim is that. Kim never comes home to take care of the child. What's gonna be different now? And ultimately comes down to, what is a judge gonna believe? And the judge sides with whom? Kim and Buzz.
For the first time in her life, Beth Carpenter doesn't get what she wants.
Beth and her parents believed that Kim and her husband, Buzz, were unfit parents, but apparently the court didn't see it that way. The court awarded custody of that child to her parents, to her own parents, to be with her mommy and daddy. And I think maybe Beth's a real sore loser.
She has taken the legal route, and it has failed her. Now, young attorney Beth Carpenter will take the law into her own hands.
This is her obsession now. Taking this child away from her sister. This is her life's work. She needs to do this. She started it, she's gonna finish it. There's only one thing left to do in Beth's mind.
Yo, what is this?
And that is to get rid of the problem.
Sole custody case number 2064. Rebecca.
Beth Carpenter is leading a spiteful
Custody
family
case.
feud.
I find no evidence whatsoever of any child abuse in this case. And
She's
therefore,
lost a legal battle against her sister for custody of her sister's child.
this case is dismissed.
But Beth Carpenter will not be denied.
You know, my opinion of Beth Carpenter is that she's nothing but a conniving, backstabbing Miss Priss who thinks that she's entitled to anything in this world without any ramifications.
Somewhere along the line, Beth seems to have developed the idea that she was God and could take someone's life if she felt it should be gone.
Beth Carpenter has a deadly plan in motion. Her kisses never come for free.
Beth was very skilled at manipulation and getting other people to do something that she didn't want to get her hands dirty doing herself.
Beth's boss, Heyman Klein, thinks this is sex with no strings attached.
Amen.
Yeah.
But his lover has a favor to ask.
I need your help.
A big one.
He was like, if that's what you want, honey, I am in love with you. I'll do anything for you.
Say yes. Say it.
All right. She goes to Heyman, hey, can you find me someone to get rid of this problem? And Heyman says, absolutely. I'll go right to my cocaine dealer, Mark Dupre. So the deal is 1,000 up front and 4,000 on the back end.
Dupre bides his time until fate hands him the perfect opportunity.
Mark Dupre is looking through the paper one day, and he notices an ad in there for a tow truck for sale. And who was selling that tow truck? Buzz Clinton. And he decides, that's it. I'm gonna call him up and tell him I want to buy his tow truck. So, Mark Dupre goes and for some reason picks up his son and brings him along. So they meet Buzz Clinton at a local hotel, and Buzz is driving a car. And Mark says, where's it? Buzz says, I have to jump the tow truck, the battery's dead, follow me, and I'll take you to it right now. Mark says, great. And they're driving to go look at this tow truck. And Mark Dupre is in back of them, and Mark Dupre flashes his lights at Buzz to pull over. Buzz pulls over right on the connector, right on the exit ramp, pulls over. Mark Dupre pulls over in back of him. Buzz gets out of the car, leaves it running.
Hey, buddy, what's this all about?
He comes out and he says, what's going on? Mark Dupre walks up to him with a pistol. And drops him right there on the interstate.
That night, Buck Clinton gets a call from his daughter-in-law that breaks his heart.
About 20 after 7, or a little after, shortly after that, got a call from Kim that Buzz isn't home yet. And then we got another call shortly after that by Kim and saying Buzz still isn't home. A friend had stopped by and said that his car is on the side of the road and somebody had been shot.
Buzz Clinton dies at the scene. Within months, a tip-off to police connects Mark Dupre to the killing.
So that begins the domino effect. You have the trigger man, then you have the guy who hired the trigger man, and then you have the mastermind, and those dominoes begin to fall.
Mark Dupre tells all about his murder-for-hire deal with Haman Klein and Beth Carpenter. Beth denies it and blames her former boss and lover.
She begins to tell the police, Haman Klein was obsessed with me to the fact that I told him that I had a problem with Buzz Clinton, and he took it upon himself to have him killed. Well, they asked Haman Kleinman about that, and he tells a different story.
After testifying against Beth, Haman Klein is sentenced to 35 years in prison. Mark Dupre is jailed for 45 years. And the harshest sentence is reserved for Beth Carpenter. Life in prison with no parole.
I myself was happy and yet sorrow at the same time, because here you have an individual who was young, brilliant, as Beth was, a life ahead of her, and through emotion, just made bad choices, and now is spending her life in prison.
For a woman who was once a gifted young lawyer, the fall from grace is complete.
She has now joined the lowlife of society.
Beth Carpenter is in a prison right now, and she can look out her prison window and she can see the connector where Buzz Clinton was murdered from her prison cell.
It didn't take much for Beth to kill her sister's husband, who never did anything to Beth. How safe do you think you'd be if she was out there?
No poison is more potent than the one served by a trusted hand.
Well, she was a dear, caring, loving, beautiful grandmother.
She helped everyone. She looked after everyone.
Oh, good, I brought you some homemade goodies.
She'd bring cake, and she'd bring biscuits, and she'd bring food.
And she'd bring death.
She went and saw them at their homes. She sat beside them.
Ready for the tea?
And then gave them poison.
You need just a little bit more, otherwise you dehydrate.
What sort of a person does that?
Sydney, Australia, a thriving metropolis. But in the late 1940s, there is a population boom of the four-legged kind.
It was not uncommon for rats to be in almost plague proportions from time to time.
In her small tenement home, Caroline Grills is fighting a losing battle.
She wasn't happy where they lived. There was a rat plague right throughout Sydney, and she hated it. She absolutely hated where she lived.
Crime writer Paul B. Kidd says Caroline was desperate to escape her squalid surroundings.
There was a way out of her dilemma. Her father had died 11 years earlier and left the family house to his second wife, not Caroline's mother, the second wife, and given her life tenancy.
Caroline's stepmother has a lovely home in a wealthy suburb
Let me help you. That's it.
with not a rat in sight.
So she began visiting her and popping over with nice cake and some lovely other goodies she cooked in the oven. She was a very good cook.
Oh, no, dear. You let me look after you. I'll make the tea.
Caroline will eventually inherit the family home.
Oh. The kettle's up here. Over there. All right.
But her stepmother
Over there in a minute.
will have to die first.
Just here.
Back in her own squalid home, Caroline is left to dream of the house she thinks should be hers. Until the rats she so despises get her thinking.
People don't wake up one morning in their 50s and decide to kill unless they've been thinking about it. We find that with killers, they fantasize about killing down to the last detail over and over and over.
Soon, Caroline Grills finds any excuse to drop in on her stepmother for some cake and tea.
Oh, and how did you get? Oh, lovely. You've nearly finished it.
The dear old love, her stepmother, fell very, very ill. Her hair started to fall out. She couldn't see anymore. She was going blind.
Oh, doctor, she's in here.
Doctors can't explain the mystery illness.
Anything unusual to eat?
No, it doesn't have any tea and cake, nothing.
One woman knows exactly what the cause is. Rat poison containing thallium.
Thallium is actually an element. It's located in the atomic table between mercury and lead.
It's a lethal substance, familiar to forensic pathologist Janice Amatuzio.
As a poison, Thallium is absolutely ideal. It is odorless, it is tasteless, and it's easy to dissolve in liquids.
Death from thallium poisoning can be quick, and if it is, that's merciful. If a less than lethal dose is given,
14, that's it.
their hair will fall out, nausea and vomiting will be unbearable, their limbs will be in terrible pain. It's a dreadful way to die.
The tragic death of her stepmother has a happy result for Caroline Grills.
She inherited the house from her stepmother when her stepmother had passed away from what was at the time an unexplained illness.
She has her dream home, and no one suspects what a dear old lady did to get it.
She was just an ordinary suburban mum to look at, and she was just one of those people that if she walked by, you wouldn't even notice her.
It had to be very exciting for Caroline to know that she was above suspicion.
She was a little old lady living a lie.
Caroline Grills has stumbled upon the perfect poison. And now, there's no stopping her.
She was one of the worst types of serial killers this country has ever known.
In Sydney, Australia, Caroline Grills enjoys afternoon tea with her relatives.
They'd have games of bridge and cups of tea and something to eat.
The polite surroundings give no clue to the awful truth. Delightful Aunt Carrie is a killer who can't be stopped.
Obviously, she'd got a taste for murder.
4 years ago, Caroline Grills inherited the family home when her stepmother mysteriously died. Since then, 3 more relatives have suffered unexplained deaths. In every case, she is right by their bedside.
Carolyn's first murder was motivated out of convenience and greed. She wanted to be in the good house. After that, it appears that her murders were nothing more or less than thrill killings.
Evelyn Lundberg and her son-in-law, John Downey, have no idea that Evelyn is next on the hit list.
Nobody could understand how she could possibly have such a warm relationship with the members of her family and yet poison them.
Within days, Evelyn falls deathly ill.
Her hair started to fall out. She went blind. She had terrible, terrible pain in the limbs. Naturally, Caroline Grills was there to tend for her and see to it that she had someone to be with her. But Mrs. Lundberg just deteriorated and got worse. It was not looking good.
Yeah, let me take that from you.
Caroline Grills is a killer beyond suspicion.
Now, you go and put your feet up for a little while, and I'll make sure that everyone's all right, okay? You're a saint, you really are.
And it makes her feel invincible.
Let me teach you a little bit more of this.
It wasn't for personal gain. It was for a mixture of being in control, having control of someone else's life, but also a sense of I'm the only one who knows what the real cause of this illness is. So there's a sense of power behind it.
Her secret weapon is rat poison.
I think that it became the poison of choice for those who were minded to poison other people.
As John Downey's mother-in-law recovers in the hospital from her strange and sudden illness, he discovers it has struck someone else.
John's suspicions were aroused during the arrest and trial of one Gladys Fletcher, who had allegedly poisoned her husband, the local rat catcher. The symptoms were exactly the same as Evelyn's.
John suspects that Evelyn is also being slowly poisoned. But to prove it, he needs to catch Aunt Carrie in the act. Evelyn Lundberg will be the bait.
When Evelyn Lundberg was finally well enough to come home, the Downeys made sure that Aunt Carrie was aware of it. Of course, she came to pay a visit with some lovely things to eat.
Tea was made for everybody. And John Downey saw her reach towards the front of her dress, towards the area where she had a pocket, and then pass her hand over the cup, and then put her hand back to the pocket.
It'll go really well with the tea.
Oh, good idea.
He then poured the tea that he'd got from his mother-in-law into a glass jar. Which he eventually took to the police when he voiced his suspicions. And the tea in this glass jar was sent to an analyst by the police, who several weeks later discovered that it contained a very significant amount of thallium in it.
Convicted of 3 murders, Caroline Grills is sentenced to life. In prison, she gets a new nickname, Aunt Thally, after her poison of choice.
If Caroline hadn't been stopped, the body count would have been enormous. When she ran out of poor relatives, she probably would have started on the neighbors.
There was no monetary gain, there was no sexual gain. She simply enjoyed it.
These deadly women were hard to stop because nobody guessed. Tilly Gaburik was a serial murderer who thrived on power. Beth Carpenter thought she was above the law. And Caroline Grills quietly killed behind a nice cup of tea. The mission was murder in front of our eyes. They lived and they killed beyond suspicion. Why does a mother murder her own?
It's very hard to understand why someone would kill their children They're not thinking clearly.
A house of horror is ruled by a monster.
She said, when Mom's done with me, she's gonna kill you.
A high-flying mom turns on her family.
I think that in that moment, she did a monstrous thing.
And this killer is a collector.
I could see the eye and the nose and the mouth of a little baby.
These deadly women kill their own flesh and blood, breaking the sacred bond. Terry Walker is a survivor. A woman with a terrifying past.
To be honest, it was such a far-fetched story that they kind of thought I was making it all up.
But no imagination could conjure this shocking truth. Or the identity of the killer.
She was my mom. She's my mom.
"20-year-old Susan Knorr always enters the family home with trepidation.
Decided to come back, have you? Huh? And just look at you.
Her younger sisters, Sheila and Terry, are on edge too.
Look at this piece of trash. Shut up!
My mom's personality was Jekyll and Hyde. One minute she could be the most loving person in the world, the next minute you were scared you were gonna die.
You see that? And you're gonna grow up and look like her, are you?
Her sense of discipline and abuse were so far out of whack that it's just unbelievable.
For years, Teresa Knorr has been abusing her 3 daughters, mentally and physically.
She's burned my back with cigarettes. She's put guns to my head. She's held knives to my throat, handcuffed me and beat me.
Hold her, Bonnie.
Teresa spares her 2 sons. They're encouraged to help the torment.
She liked men, but she didn't like women at all. She was jealous of her daughters. She enjoyed controlling them, controlling the house.
There was nothing in her mind but hatred, just sheer rage.
And today, that rage escalates to a place it's never been before.
My brother Robert was standing behind Susan, holding her back. My sister was fighting to get away. And my mom pulled the gun out and shot her.
What could drive a mother to shoot her daughter?
She was delusional and paranoid. And people that are delusional and paranoid should not be raising children. They are dangerous.
Teresa's terrifying delusions are symptoms of a mental illness. She's schizophrenic.
Schizophrenia is a mental illness that is believed to be some kind of genetic defect, chemical imbalance. People that get treatment can see symptom relief from the delusions. But Teresa wasn't getting treatment. And it grew, and it festered, and it became worse.
She believes her daughter's youth and their beauty are destroying her.
She thought her daughter, Susan, had cast a spell on her, and that spell was making her gain weight.
Teresa thinks a bullet will stop the spell.
Teresa felt that Susan was the devil. She would try and tell the other children that she could see horns coming out of Susan's forehead.
Susan isn't dead. She's seriously wounded, with the bullet lodged in her back. Her mother decides to let her live, but no one calls a doctor.
They were afraid of her. They were brought up under her violence. They weren't going to go to the authorities.
In the Knorr family, a trip to the hospital is out of the question. Susan is left to recuperate in the bath for 2 weeks.
The siblings are, part of them is thinking, well, better her than me. They grow up with this. They really don't understand that this isn't how life is in every household.
Incredibly, Susan makes a full recovery. But she knows she must leave her abusive mother.
My sister Susan would literally beg my mother, Mom, please just let me go, I'll do whatever you ask, just let me go. And my mom told her that if she let her take the bullet out of her back, that she'd let her go.
The price of Susan's freedom will be home surgery by her mother's hands.
I can see the top.
She wanted to remove the bullet that was lodged in her back because she didn't want, at some time in the future, for this bullet to be discovered and for law enforcement to come back and arrest her.
My mom heard later on her stomach.
Here we go.
And she pulled the bullet out of my sister's back.
Hold it. Here she comes.
Why in the world Suzanne said okay to that is beyond me, but it does speak to the complete domination and control through fear that those children had of their mother. That promise of getting away was worth it.
Instead of gaining freedom, Susan becomes gravely ill, sliding into a coma as her body fights infection from the kitchen surgery. What comes next will be almost relief.
Taking her and her possessions, putting her on top of all of her possessions, pouring gas on her, lighting a match.
In Sacramento, California, Teresa Knorr makes her sons build a funeral pyre. Driven by schizophrenic delusions, she has already shot her daughter, then cut the bullet out. Now, she wants to burn her body.
My mother thought that my sister had actually died when she pulled the bullet out of her, and that her body had been possessed by some evil spirit or a demon. In order for her to purge that evil spirit out of my sister's body had to be burned. All of her possessions and her had to be burned in order to free her soul.
But Susan isn't dead. She's in a coma. Her mother is burning her alive.
No! Mama, shut up!
With Susan gone, Teresa turns to her next eldest daughter, Sheila.
She would force feed her. Then if my sister wouldn't eat it all and would get so sick from being force fed, my mother would make her eat that food with the vomit in it.
Crazed by violent delusions, Teresa thinks her daughters are making her ugly.
Teresa's very existence as a woman was threatened by the presence of her daughters. She believed they were hurting her, that their youth, that their beauty was actually hurting Teresa.
Youngest daughter, Terry, is forced to witness each brutal act. In the height of summer, Teresa locks Sheila in a closet without food or water for over a week.
I'm gonna climb up and get to the light.
She kept saying she was crawling towards the light. She was gonna crawl towards the light.
I need a drink. Drink? All right, okay, go drink.
My mother left the house.
She's not.
I don't know exactly how long she was gone. It wasn't very long at all. And she left me there. And I tried to give my sister a beer. And my sister had explained to me she didn't want that. She wanted some water.
Water. All right, I'll get you water.
Before I could get back to her with the water, my mother was pulling up. So I had to leave her there.
Beaten and bound, Sheila dies at just 20. Before she passes, she warns her little sister.
She told me, you know, Mom killed Susan. And Susan told me I would be next, and I am. And she said, and when Mom's done with me, she's gonna kill you.
Terry finally decides to leave. She runs to authorities, but her story is so grotesque, no one believes her.
I had told police officials, I had told a lawyer who went to the police in Sacramento, nobody believed me. So I was starting to doubt myself even.
In time, someone began putting the pieces together. Detective John Fitzgerald has 2 unsolved murder cases that seem to confirm Terry's story.
One involved a young lady that was located along the highway. She was on fire at the time.
We're gonna put your sister in this box.
The other case involved a young lady that approximately 1 year later was discovered about 5 miles away at the edge of a small lake, and she had been placed in a box.
John Fitzgerald is my personal hero. He is the detective that kept the case open. He's the detective that ultimately came to my house and listened to me.
Terry told me that the 2 ladies who were killed in our area were her older sisters. She told me her mother was responsible for these 2 killings. In my mind and in my heart, I felt this was very valid information. She was telling me some things about these 2 crimes that nobody would know unless they were had some very close connections to them.
Terry's testimony and Detective Fitzgerald's tenacity end Teresa Knorr's reign of terror.
We obtained arrest warrants for the mother, Teresa, and for the 2 sons, William and Robert.
Son, Robert, is given 3 years jail. William Knorr is placed on probation. Teresa pleads guilty to both murders. Her mental state doesn't alleviate her punishment. She's currently serving consecutive life sentences.
Did Teresa love her children? At times, she probably did. But far more powerful than any love she might have ever felt for her daughters was the delusion that developed that her daughters were a threat to her.
Terry Knorr serves her own life sentence. Still affected by the horrors of her childhood and torn by the love that every daughter feels for their mother.
There's nothing she could ever tell me that would ever make me understand why she did what she did. But forgive her? Oh yeah, I forgive her. And I do love her. I always have. She's my mother. That's it.
Parents are society's protectors.
Kate!
Children depend on it for their lives. But some women break the parents' code.
Kate, Joe! I can't do it, I'm afraid!
Like Deborah Green, one night in Kansas City.
You jump now!
The victims were children who were innocent and depended on her to take care of them. She betrayed them.
To the world in the early 1990s, this is a successful family. Dr. Mike Farah is a promising cardiologist. Kids Kelly, Tim, and Kate are happy and confident. Their mom's a doctor too. Oncologist Deborah Green. But beneath the surface lies danger.
I think most people would look at her and see Deborah Green as a successful oncologist, but she was perhaps tortured with issues involving alcohol abuse, mental illness issues, and emotional maturity issues.
Deborah has been a straight A achiever all her life. But medicine demands more than just smarts.
No, this is not right.
Deborah Green's biggest problem was Deborah Green.
Deborah suffers severe mood swings, lashing out at colleagues and patients.
Do it all over again.
And when the lows hit, she turns to alcohol and narcotics to stop the pain.
She wasn't cut out for dealing with patients. I mean, she was, very smart and technically maybe a good doctor, but her bedside manner was lacking.
Journalist Tony Rizzo investigated Deborah's fall. From valued doctor to ostracized clinician.
She quit actively practicing medicine. She did some work like that involved, reviewing records and things like that, but she wasn't really involved with dealing with patients.
The moods and the tantrums shut Deborah off from colleagues and family.
She rose to a pinnacle very early in life, But her personality didn't keep up with it. Her self-discipline didn't keep up with it. Her self-control was never there, and it started to fall apart.
What are you doing on this place? It's a pigsty.
Oh, God.
Husband Mike finds her drunk once too often.
I'm out.
He threatens to leave and starts an affair. Everything Deborah has is slipping through her fingers. Her career, her prestige, her husband. So she starts planning retribution with a deadly poison.
She used ricin, which she obtained from seeds of the castor plant, which is an ornamental plant. And it was apparently crushed up and put into the food that she served him.
Yeah, I would think so. But what's else soup?
Chicken.
Ricin is probably one of the top 1, 2, or 3 most toxic substances that are naturally derived on Earth. There's so much pain and suffering associated with ricin poisoning. This is a death that punishes.
Within hours, Mike Farah's body will react violently.
The toxin attacks all the cells that line the gastrointestinal tract, the esophagus, the stomach, the small and large bowel, if it makes it that far. The person becomes rapidly dehydrated, they have terrible abdominal pain, and then rather rapidly their blood pressure will drop, their heart rate will increase, and unless they get supportive medical care, they're going to die.
But Mike is not the only person on Deborah's hit list.
I can't imagine how frightening, terrifying, few moments that was for the children.
Dr. Deborah Green is having a breakdown. She has a history of depression. Her husband Mike can't control her.
Mike had taken Deborah to the hospital in an attempt to have her mentally committed.
Mike has found poisonous castor beans in their home and thinks she's trying to kill herself.
The doctor examined her and determined that it was a family dispute and was not something that would be a mental commitment situation.
Mike doesn't realize the deadly poison was meant for him. It's the reason he's been so sick lately. The dose wasn't enough to kill him. But his wife hasn't finished yet.
When Michael tried to commit Deborah Green at the hospital, she made a statement to him that you will get the children over our dead bodies.
Exasperated by his wife's behavior, Mike moves out of the family home. But the arguments continue.
At about 11:30 p.m., Deborah and her husband had a heated argument over Deborah's drinking and issues with caring for the children.
Mike threatens to take the children, and Deborah snaps.
Deborah's need to punish Mike superseded any love she might have ever felt, if she ever did, for her own 3 children. The best way to hurt Mike was to kill the kids.
The events of that night were sort of a perfect storm of 3 different factors. She obviously had some mental health issues. that had not been addressed. When you put on top of that the heavy consumption of alcohol, and then the angry relationship, I think that in that moment, she did a monstrous thing.
She set the house on fire.
Upstairs, Tim, Kate, and Kelly are soon woken by flames.
Her son, Tim, got on the intercom and asked what he should do during this fire. And Deborah Green told her son to remain in his room and wait for the professionals to arrive.
I can't imagine how frightening, terrifying, few moments that was for the children.
Kate heads straight for the window.
Kate!
And makes her way onto the roof. She has a simple choice: jump or perish.
Kate, jump! I can't do it, I'm afraid! You jump now!
Deborah Green stepped aside and the daughter landed on the ground.
It's very hard to understand why someone would kill their children, but you have to remember that the women that would think that murder's the only answer aren't thinking right to begin with.
Right, it's a two-story building. It's almost completely in flames now. We need you guys
Police
here now.
arrive, along with Mike.
What's going on? What's going on? Who are you, sir?
But it's too late.
I've got to get the children. Please. I've got to get my kids.
Lying dead in their bedrooms, where Mom told them to wait, are 13-year-old Tim and 6-year-old Kelly.
One of the most gut-wrenching scenes was seeing the picture of the little girl, the 6-year-old. When they found her body, she was basically curled up on her bed in kind of a fetal position, but, looked like she was sleeping.
I could not begin to imagine how her husband would feel after having lost 2 of his children to what she did.
A lot of people were affected by this case. It's just so shocking to have a situation where you have a mother that's capable of doing something like this to her own children.
The fire investigators found about 4 different points of origin of the fire. They determined that an accelerant was used and that the fire was intentionally set, that it was arson.
Deborah is the prime suspect. She's charged with murdering her children, attempted murder of her husband, and aggravated arson. Found guilty on all counts. She's sentenced to 40 years.
If Deborah ever did love her children, by the time she killed them, all of those feelings had long since died. The only thing that mattered in Deborah's life was making Mike pay for leaving her.
She did a monstrous thing, but I don't think that necessarily means that she was a monster. But in this case, it was hard to not feel some anger towards her. And the victims were children who were innocent and depended on her to take care of them. And she betrayed them.
Murder can be found in the most surprising places.
There was an orb there about the size of a softball, and it was grayish, leatherish looking.
A horrifying secret.
And I said to myself, Oh, I hope this isn't what I think it
is preserved in storage.
I could see the eye and the nose and the mouth of a little baby.
She was using murder as a form of abortion.
In the early 1970s, at Kanianga Lake, upstate New York, Diane Odell is a young woman giving in to her desires.
The way Diane was, it was like, now I can do whatever I want because I'm free. And she did. She met the wrong guys, and she got pregnant, and all kinds of bad things happened.
Diane is a headstrong go-getter who won't listen to her mother, Mabel.
Mabel had no control over her. So if Diane wanted to go out at 2 o'clock in the morning and meet some guy and go for a trice in the woods, that's what she did.
Diane's wild ways soon deliver consequences. A teenage pregnancy with a terrible aftermath.
I think that Diane Odell did not want this baby, and when this baby came out, she was alone, and she murdered this baby.
It's easier to kill a newborn baby for some women because the bond, the mother-child bond, hasn't been formed. For most women, though, that bond starts forming the moment she finds out she's pregnant. That did not happen with Diane.
Diane makes another shocking decision. She doesn't dispose of the body. She keeps it in a blue suitcase. Author M. William Phelps has interviewed Diane Odell, asking her why.
Well, one of the reasons she gives me is that she wanted to give the baby a proper burial at some point in its life. And she didn't just want to discard the baby as if it was a piece of garbage.
The nameless infant will never be buried. For the next 15 years, Diane takes the corpse wherever she goes. And as Diane and her mother move around the country, she dreams of finding the ideal husband and father.
She wanted a man to go out and work during the day while she stayed home with the kids. She lived in that fantasy world of the 1950s and 60s.
For 5 short years, she finds that dream. Marriage to James Odell and 3 healthy children. But when the marriage ends, she returns to her wild ways.
So Diane is again without a man in her life. She's got 3 living kids and 1 baby in a suitcase. And she gets pregnant by, she doesn't really know who. She's sleeping with so many different men at the same time.
Her 5th pregnancy is a problem. With no husband, another child is another burden. But Diane has a solution.
There probably wasn't much decision-making going on in her head to kill that child. It was easy. She'd done it before, and the child wasn't doing her any good.
Diane Odell is becoming a serial killer of her own children.
Diane's mind was twisted.
Diane Odell has her own solution to unwanted pregnancies: murder.
Smothering an infant is very easy. They can die without much effort at all.
With most infants, if something is placed over their mouth or nose, their exhaled carbon dioxide is then re-inhaled in. And subsequently, the child becomes hypercarbic, which is increased carbon dioxide. Death ensues shortly thereafter.
Maybe she did it for guilt. Maybe she did it because she was afraid to leave them behind, thinking they'd be found and she'd get in trouble. Maybe she did it because she could convince herself if she had them, they weren't really dead. We really don't know. Diane's mind was twisted.
Diane's preserved victims have one thing in common: their fathers weren't around before they were born.
Whenever there's a paycheck around, she kept the baby because the baby could then, what? Provide her with money. The dad was bringing the money into the house.
There will be more pregnancies, more boxes. Eventually, Diane has 4 dead babies.
Basically, for Diane Odell, whenever she got pregnant and the father of the child wasn't around, she murdered that child. She was using murder as a form of abortion.
The murders only stop when Diane settles down with a new man and has 4 healthy children. But nearly 20 years later, her dark past will resurface. Diane has abandoned her personal possessions in an Arizona storage facility. When she doesn't pay the rent, the contents are sold. Thomas Bright thinks he's got a bargain.
I got a whiff of a musty smell out of it, you know, and there was some brown, flaky material, too.
But he's bought himself a crime scene.
I said to myself, oh, I hope this isn't what I think it is. And I pushed the bag a little further apart, and I could see the eye and the nose and the mouth of a little baby.
Baby in this box.
There's a dead baby in the box!
Thomas calls in the police.
Yeah, I thought I'd pick up. Not only do they find one baby, as they start digging through the boxes, there's another one. 2 babies. They start digging through more boxes, 3 babies.
Along with the bodies are documents and effects leading straight to Diane Odell. Back in New York, Detective Thomas Scalepi calls in Diane Odell for an extraordinary interview.
She was very articulate. She was almost like a grandmotherly type. I mean, she's an older woman, middle-aged.
Diane says the babies were all stillborn, and she couldn't afford a proper burial.
The odds of that, 4 babies being stillborn, and 8 healthy children that we knew she had, were, to me, it was minuscule. If there was some type of foul play, I wanted to get to the bottom of it. If the babies were stillborn, we had absolutely no charges. We had no charges against her at all. If the babies were born alive, naturally we had murder.
After more than 20 years, Diane is their only lead. Forensic testing of the remains can't distinguish misfortune from murder.
It is a determination that is extremely difficult to make, and a determination made years and years later on mummified remains would be virtually impossible.
But Diane will make the key admission.
How did you feel about that? The baby cried. The baby cried. The baby cried.
That's when she told us that, yes, the baby did gasp and cry. She eventually told us that all 3 babies gasped or cried.
The babies cried. When they were born, they were alive.
The only way they can build a case against her is if Diane Odell puts a noose around her own neck, which she just did.
She asked me, what do you think is going to happen to me? I said, Diane, what do you think should happen to you? And that's when she just looked at me and she says, I think I should go to jail.
Diane Odell is found guilty of 3 murders. She's serving the sentences concurrently. Over 25 years.
I think there was more to it than simply killing them because they were illegitimate. Most mothers love their child no matter what the circumstances of their birth are. Diane did not.
I was stunned. If you didn't want the child, give it up. There's agencies that could take the children. You don't have to kill them.
Even Diane's brother, Richard, finds it hard to forgive her.
I have no remorse over where she is. I was probably one of the first to applaud when I heard the verdict. She didn't deserve any mercy. Not for what she did.
There's nothing like a mother's love from these deadly women. Driven by delusions, Teresa Knorr destroyed her daughters. Deborah Green slayed her children for warped revenge. And Diane Odell callously snuffed out brand new lives. They murdered the very children they gave life to, breaking the sacred bond between mother and child. Some love stories last forever. Others are over in a heartbeat.
Fortunately, it's not very common for women to kill their husbands. That's why when they do, we take notice of it.
A preacher's wife is pushed to breaking point.
Mary got the shotgun to get his attention.
A desperate gold digger plays catch and kill.
I never thought I would know someone that would be able to commit such a heinous crime.
And a scorned ex-wife uses the only power she has left.
Be careful who you try to destroy, because it might just come back to visit you.
Blushing brides who became lethal wives. These deadly women made a vow in blood, till death do us part. It's early morning in Selmer, Tennessee. Pastor's wife, Mary Winkler, is taking her daughters on a road trip.
She was taking them to the beach. She had always wanted to take them to the beach. The father, Matthew, had always promised to take them to the beach.
Okay, girls. Who wants to go to the beach, huh? Me! Okay, who wants burgers?
She wanted to take her girls to the beach to enjoy one last day before their lives as they knew them ended.
When the Winkler family is missing from church that night,
Hello, Matthew? Mary?
elders go to their home to find out why.
Everything looks in place. It's quiet. There doesn't seem to be any reason to be concerned.
Matthew? Mary? Matthew?
Until they walk into the marital bedroom.
Matthew? Drew, quick, come in here!
And there they find the body of their preacher laying dead and cold on the floor.
When Sergeant Roger Rickman attended the murder scene that day, he had no idea of the storm that was brewing.
We really wasn't sure what had happened. Mary was not there, the children were not there. We didn't know that, that they had been abducted or what.
Selmer is about to become the center of a case that will divide the country and shake a devoted congregation to its core.
Oh Lord, you have enticed me, and I was enticed. For whenever I speak, I must cry out.
For 2 years, Matthew Winkler has been pulpit minister at the 4th Street Church of Christ.
Matthew came from a line of preachers, his father and grandfather. That's what he did in life. That was his vocation.
Matthew's career means he is always in the spotlight, and so is his wife, Mary.
If you're a preacher, or a preacher's wife, or a preacher's child in a small town, you're constantly under a microscope.
But away from the eyes of the congregation, Mary is under even more intense scrutiny.
Look, we got French fries. They're really yummy.
Now that's a healthy meal, isn't it?
He expected more of Mary than anyone should expect of a human being.
Yeah, sure you can.
This was a marriage where the husband was in charge and made all the decisions.
Okay.
He would lose his temper. He would belittle her.
How many times do I have to tell you not to buy junk food for the kids?
A little treat every now and then, Matthew. It won't hurt them.
But I don't want them to get fat like you.
He was, I believe,
very emotionally abusive.
Criminal profiler Candace DeLong believes years of subservience took their toll on Mary's self-esteem.
We know the effects of ongoing verbal abuse from a husband to a wife has a long-term deleterious effect. It beats the spirit down.
Throw that in the bin.
They begin to believe what the offender is telling them, which is that they're worthless.
Don't talk back to me. That's your ugly coming out in you.
Then one night, Mary receives a mysterious email that seems to offer a chance to prove she's not worthless.
She never could seem to make ends meet, and she saw what she thought was an opportunity. But unfortunately, her solution to financial difficulty was to get involved in what is commonly called a Nigerian scam.
Mary falls prey to an online fraud that sinks the Winklers deep into debt. Her secret plan to prove herself has backfired, and she can't bear to admit her failure to Matthew.
She couldn't find any way to sit down with her husband and say, I screwed up. I'm sorry.
I believe she kind of got in over her head over that, and she didn't want Matthew to find out about it, and I think that's why she done what she done to him.
Dawn on March 22nd, 2006. The last day of Matthew Winkler's life.
That morning, the baby was crying. We knew that Matthew liked to sleep. He kicks her out of the bed, go make the baby shut up. Matthew comes in, pinches the baby's nose, and holds his hand over the baby's mouth.
Matt, stop it! She can't breathe!
Horrified, Mary's protective instinct takes over.
Mary said that he suffocated the baby. That was Mary's choice of words. A momentary squeeze like that I would not call suffocation, but Mary did. And I think that raised up some internal rage.
Mary is seething. She wants to confront Matthew.
I think she was at her wit's end, and now she wasn't the one being punished. Her children were being punished.
But Mary knows her husband won't listen to her unless he's not given a choice.
She said that he always said that a shotgun like the one he had would make a hole this big in you. And that made her think that a shotgun would get his attention.
Get up. Get up, Matthew. I want to talk. I want to talk.
A tranquil morning in Selmer, Tennessee.
I do not think that Matthew Winkler spent 1 minute of one day of his life ever thinking that he had anything to fear from Mary Winkler.
Get up. Get up, Matthew. I want to talk.
Pastor's wife, Mary Winkler, has decided to stand up to her husband after years of abuse. What happens next remains in dispute to this day.
We only know what the physical evidence shows us, and we only know what Mary tells us. Mary got the shotgun to get his attention.
Get up. Get up, Matthew. I want to talk.
It's possible when Mary was holding the shotgun on Matthew that she did not intend to kill him, Possibly that she was intending to scare him, taking back her own life. It is entirely possible that was her intention. Things didn't work out that way.
She shot Matthew in cold blood while he was sound asleep.
In my opinion, he never got out of bed. She just come in there in cold-blooded murder and shot him.
But that's not the way Mary's defense team sees the shooting.
There were some pillows on the floor where he had kicked her out of the bed earlier that morning. And I believe that she lost her footing.
Get up, Matthew, I want to talk.
Finger was on the trigger and it went off unintentionally.
Did she intentionally shoot him? I don't know. I can't say. I don't believe she did. I believe that our theory was that she either lost her balance standing on some pillows that he had kicked off the floor, or she went into some type of catatonic state and shot him and doesn't remember shooting him.
Investigators later find the telephone disconnected.
The telephone had been unplugged from the wall, in my opinion, to keep him from calling 911.
Taking the shotgun, Mary leaves her husband to die.
Then she took her 3 little girls, packed them into their car, and hit the road.
For 2 days, America holds its breath, fearing the worst for Mary and her kids. The search for them ends in Orange Beach, Alabama.
There was no one holding Mary. There was no one threatening her girls. It was just Mary and her 3 little girls at the beach. It was time for Mary to answer for what she'd done.
Just place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand.
Put on trial for her husband's murder. It is Mary who will emerge as the victim.
Mary painted a picture of a horribly victimized woman on the witness stand.
Marriage lasted right at 10 years. I believe it was 10 years of hell.
Mary's defense centers on 3 kinds of abuse she claims to have suffered at the hands of her husband: emotional, physical, and sexual.
She said that Matthew forced her to commit sexual acts that she didn't want to do. He made her dress up in tardy shoes and wear wigs and wear slutty skirts. He made her do oral sex, he made her do anal sex, and this was outside of prescribed behavior for Christian couples in her mind. That's what Mary claimed in that courtroom.
According to author Diane Fanning, many of Mary's claims lacked proof or substance.
I just didn't buy those arguments. To me, to be sexually abused means that someone has to commit a sexual act on you that you don't want, and you've clearly stated you don't want it. And yet, Mary, after her trial, sat there on the Oprah Winfrey Show and said to that woman, "If I ever said no, Matthew stopped right away. In fact, if I ever flinched, Matthew stopped right away."
As proof of physical abuse, Mary points to a black eye she had suffered in previous months.
One time she was playing softball and a ball bounced up and hit her. Well, it hit her in the facial area. She had told us that later on he had jabbed her in that same area.
Have you seen my Mary's eye? Hopefully she learned to keep her eye on the ball.
Actually, I don't believe very much of anything she said in the trial. I think it was all made up, prefabricated, and the jury bought into it.
The jury's verdict will be one of the most controversial in Tennessee history.
They'd kicked out first-degree murder. They even kicked out second-degree murder. They settled on a manslaughter charge, and then the judge pronounced the verdict. He gave her a 3-year sentence, but he made 2 of it on probation. Then he took away the time she served in jail before she got out on bail. And suddenly Mary had a sentence of 61 days remaining to serve. So Mary, who shot her sleeping husband in the back, would serve 2 months in prison, and part of it in a mental health facility, and nothing more. Mary got away with murder.
For defense attorneys Leslie Ballin and Steve Faris, the verdict is a triumph of justice.
It was an outstanding outcome. We took a person who had no voice in the system, and we spoke for her. We gave her what I believe was a good defense, an honest defense, a true defense, and we saved her life.
Today, Mary has custody of her 3 children and has begun a new life.
It's a happy family, certainly one without a father in the house, but she is doing great now, just super.
I describe Mary as a cold, calculated murderer. She premeditated Matthew Winkler's murder, and she followed through with it. I'm actually today still concerned for her kids because, you know, if she could do this to her husband, she could do anything.
America remains divided about Mary Winkler. Is she a battered wife who killed by mistake? Or a cold-hearted murderer who remains dangerous? Death can occur in the most ordinary of places. In 1997, a husband's life ended here. His blood flowed down the gutter into the street.
He was just a good guy. He didn't deserve this kind of treatment from anyone. I still find it appalling to think about.
The first shot caused a tremendous amount of pain and panic. He managed to get out of the car. What was going on in his mind? I've got to run away. He may not even have suspected that the shooter was following him. He places the gun square against the back of the skull and pulls the trigger. This would have been the coup de grace.
What is it exactly that you do?
Software engineer.
Software engineer. Oh.
So,
Who's having the salad?
I am.
It's a nervous first date for computer programmer Bruce Cleland.
And the lobster marinade for thank you. Oh, wow.
It looks good.
It sure does.
Okay.
This is a meal.
I think some people would call him maybe just a nerdy computer geek.
Yeah. I'm a software engineer. I'm working.
He didn't have much in the way of personal contact with women. Didn't date when he was in high school and even in college. So he had almost no contact with women before he met Rebecca.
Really, it's a big project. Oh, God. Oh. I'm sorry, did I wet you?
Bruce's date, Rebecca Salcedo, is his polar opposite.
Bruce is a timid, shy man, but Rebecca was fun, sexy, outrageous, generous, exciting, a terrific person to know. She just attracted men like magnets.
Rebecca finds Bruce just as attractive, for a very different reason.
Bruce is the kind of men women like Rebecca look for. He didn't stand a chance.
Bertha Awana used to be Rebecca Salcedo's best friend. She remembers the night she discovered exactly why Rebecca was interested in Bruce.
She wanted me to meet the man that she was going to marry. I said, well, where is he? And she's like, oh, no, he's not here. I just want you to meet him through this. So she handed over a paper. And I said, what is this? And she says, this is his credit report. Look at it. And I saw like he had all these high credit limits and all these credit cards.
Oh my God. His wallet is packed with credit cards.
And I just laughed because she was silly that way. So I just took it like, okay, whatever. You know, it's another one of her silly games.
Trading love for money is a game Rebecca's been playing since she was a teenager.
When she was 15, she married a man so she can get him his green card. He was gonna pay a lump sum of money. And I was not comfortable with that at all. I just thought it was the wrong thing to do. And that's when I began to see that she was very interested in money.
Coming from a poor family of Mexican immigrants, Rebecca has a dream. A dream of being rich. And she'll use her best assets to get there.
She would like to wear very low-cut dresses and expose herself whenever she had the opportunity. And she used that to her own advantage in her relationships with men.
When she went to a bar, I don't think she ever bought a drink in her life. She would go to a bar and she would always, all night long, have somebody buying the drinks for her.
Rebecca's latest catch will be picking up a lot more than the bar tab. Her plan is to take him for everything he's got. And Bruce just walked right into her trap.
I love it.
And he fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
But this whirlwind romance won't have a fairy tale ending.
It just shocked me that she would be capable of such a horrible thing.
You need a top-up, girlfriend.
A bachelorette party for Rebecca Salcedo.
She was very outgoing. She had a kind of a bubbly personality. People liked her. She was always the life of the party.
Despite being engaged, Rebecca likes her lovers tall, dark, and often.
She had numerous affairs with various men, including her own cousin, Alvaro, who was a male stripper.
The only man Rebecca's not sleeping with is her husband-to-be.
Rebecca had told Bruce that she didn't date much, that she had only been with one man, and that she could not have any relationships with a man until she was married.
I'm not like that. I'm a good girl.
I remember laughing about it, because she would tell me and I would laugh like, you gotta be kidding.
Truth of the matter was, Rebecca wasn't attracted to Bruce and didn't want to sleep with him, ever.
Crime writer Don Lasseter says Rebecca wasn't in love with Bruce. She was in love with his money.
He began buying her gifts. He bought her a spa for her backyard. He bought a boat with a trailer. Eventually, he even bought her a new SUV, and finally, a beautiful, expensive hilltop home in Whittier, California.
He also paid for her breast augmentation, nose job. She also had her lips done. Rebecca could just get you to do anything. She knew how to charm you.
Rebecca's teenage dreams of riches are coming true. Just weeks after her marriage to Bruce, she takes the final step in her plan.
Bye.
Kicking him out and filing for divorce.
Rebecca wanted a divorce so she could take half of everything Bruce owned.
You said I was gonna get half of everything.
But she found out she would earn nothing from that.
And how much is that?
She was only going to get half of anything that was earned during that period of time that they were actually living together, which is maybe about 2 months.
$5,000? Are you kidding me? What am I paying you for? Ah.
Prosecutor Ron Bowers believes this is where Rebecca's scheme went from devious to diabolical.
Rebecca, who had had her sights on having a beautiful home, having the new car, having all of the furniture, she was going to lose that all. She was not going to get that in a divorce settlement.
Rebecca refuses to give up on her dream and embarks on a deadly Plan B.
In killing Bruce, she would get the life insurance as well as she would get his estate.
It is pitched as a night of reconciliation.
Poor Bruce thinks that she cares and wants to get back together, put the marriage back together.
Listen, we're gonna be there just after 1 o'clock. Don't be late.
The entire time,
And make sure
she's
you wait until I
making
take
cell
my
phone
car
calls
before you-
behind his back.
Okay, I gotta go. He's coming.
And of course, in Bruce's mind, I think, well, maybe we're going to patch things up.
Hi, sweetheart.
Maybe things are going to work out.
After a romantic dinner where Bruce is plied with alcohol, Rebecca pulls off the freeway.
She claims that she suddenly notices that there's a red light on the dashboard telling her the back hatch of the SUV is open. Oh, honey, I'll just stop and get out and shut it. And suddenly a man lunges out of the brush and begins shooting at Bruce.
The first shot shatters Bruce's jaw.
The killer follows and continues shooting. The gunman steps up and delivers a deadly shot to the back of Bruce's head. And then runs away. Rebecca is lying behind the SUV as if she had been attacked as well. Her shoes were off, in perfect alignment, as if they'd been placed in a closet. Police arrived quite quickly, and as soon as they arrived, she got up and said, oh, the carjackers hit me on the head. The police examined her head. No injuries at all. She shows no concern for her poor husband lying across the street with blood flowing down the gutter.
Of much greater concern to Rebecca,
She claimed, oh my, they stole my beautiful ring, they took my ring.
her prized possession appears to be gone.
I think Rebecca actually thought she was going to pull this off, that she could plan his murder and get away with it. Everything she did was in furtherance of her own greed.
Rebecca's greed will also be her downfall. Wedding photographer Beth Lamb visits Rebecca just days after Bruce's death.
She talked as if she couldn't live without her husband, you know, the love of her life, and she didn't know how she was going to go on.
But Rebecca's sob story is unraveling.
I noticed that she had that huge engagement ring on. And then when I discovered that she was claiming it was stolen, I knew it wasn't. I saw it on her hand. So I was able to let the police know. They were able to get a search warrant and they found it.
Police also find forged life insurance policies. Rebecca stood to gain $1 million from her husband's death. She was also entitled to his entire estate.
Pure evil to marry someone and kill them for their money. You know, that someone could really be that calculating and evil.
Cell phone records reveal the identity of the assassins. Rebecca's cousin Jose and his brother, the stripper, Alvaro.
She really manipulated the two of them to do the dirty work that she wasn't capable of doing herself.
Sentenced to life in prison, Rebecca's dreams of riches lie shattered. Her lifelong friendships destroyed.
I never thought I would personally know someone that would be able to commit such a heinous crime. It still haunts me. Sometimes I dream about her and I just want to forget about her. It's just something that I want to erase out of my life.
Be careful who you fight with. Be careful who you mock and who you try to destroy, because it might just come back to visit you, and it did them.
What pushed this scorned ex-wife to breaking point and beyond? Author Greg Olson has written about dozens of killers. The tale of Betty Broderick captivated him like no other.
What got all of us, and I mean all of Americans really interested in this case, was the idea of this attractive woman who was on the top of the world at one moment, and then when her husband dumped her, she became this caricature of evil and despair. And we all wondered how it got that way.
In the early years of Betty's marriage, there is little to hint at the calamity to come.
Hey, baby.
She was the kind of girl, like probably everybody of her age, who dreamed of being a good wife and mother. That's really all she wanted out of life. She would like to find the right man, and she thought she did when she found Dan Broderick.
How do I look?
Like $1 million.
That's the idea.
Handsome Dan already has a medical degree from Cornell. Now his wife Betty juggles motherhood and part-time work to put him through Harvard Law School.
Can we keep the toys in the basket?
She looked at her job to be the background for Dan. She was the one that worked. She put him through school. So that's what she viewed her job to do, is to make it so he could be successful.
Betty sacrificed a lot supporting Dan, and she just kept waiting for that day, that great day, when all the hard work would be over and they could relax and coast.
10 years later, Betty's hard work has paid off for her husband. While Dan's a high-flying San Diego lawyer, his success hasn't brought happiness to Betty.
Dan was talking to Betty about how she didn't look good anymore. She was losing her looks. He was not coming home. She knew something was going on. He was accusing her of being crazy and of imagining things that weren't there.
Betty is not imagining things.
I think she always knew that he was a player, and she had seen signs of it over the years in their marriage.
Behind her back, Dan has started an affair with his 21-year-old secretary, Linda Kolkana.
I have sacrificed my whole life to take care of you. At least you can give me some form of explanation.
Betty can't believe all her hard work has been repaid with betrayal.
I am your wife. You're the truth. Yes, I do. All the facts.
I think she knew that it was over. And she became completely unhinged. There's no question about that.
She put all of his clothes, and he was a dandy. That was his most important possession. She put it on the barbecue, lit the barbecue, burned him up.
Like half of American marriages, this one is headed for divorce. But what will make it end in murder?
It was a collision course. She was going to be dead or they were.
La Jolla, California, 1985. Betty Broderick's 16-year marriage is history. Her millionaire husband has traded her in for a younger version.
And I think that's the thing that hurt her the most, or the hardest to deal with, is just looking and realizing, okay, she's just being replaced.
Defense attorney Jack Early believes when Betty's marriage ended, her world collapsed.
Her dream was to set up the perfect marriage, to have memories, the photos, the grandchildren. That was Betty's dream, and that was what was taken away from her.
This is only the beginning of Betty's torment.
I was provoked, Your Honor.
In the divorce court, everything that matters to her will be chipped away.
He made over $1 million a year as a malpractice attorney, so he was doing great. And she came away with, I think, a little under $30,000 for 20 years of marriage, and a marriage that was built on her hard work, too.
Kindly refrain from using that.
And Dan will take something even more precious, something crucial to Betty's identity.
Your Honor, I'd like to move that her visitation rights be withheld until she seeks psychiatric treatment.
They batted around custody for quite a while. In the end, Dan did get custody, and I don't know that he really wanted the kids, but he didn't want Betty to have them, and that was part of the game.
Very well. Custody of the children is granted to Mr. Dan Broderick. Case dismissed.
Betty felt that her role was the mother. She wanted to be with those kids. And Dan, to stop Betty from having the kids seemed to be his goal.
Divorce leaves Betty broke and alone. Now Linda rubs salt into her wounds.
The woman who replaced Betty in her husband's bed, Linda, taunted Betty beyond comprehension. Sending her wrinkle cream ads and weight loss material. That was actually turning the knife after it had been plunged into her heart.
5 years after the divorce, another letter arrives. It's the final straw. Betty thinks she'll regain custody of her kids.
She received a letter from Dan. She thought she was going to get her children back.
Like all Betty's other dreams, this one is dashed.
The letter basically was telling her that they were always going to be having her in a vice grip, and she was not going to be able to have a normal life for her with her children back. No! That letter, sitting reading it at 3 o'clock in the morning, is, I think, the thing, the drop of water that finally just broke the dam.
Betty lost everything. She lost a beautiful home. She lost a loving family. She lost her position in society. But more than anything, she really lost who she was, what her self was, and I think that killed her.
Betty feels there's only one way out. She enters her ex-husband's house to make a dramatic statement.
She had this idea that she was going to go kill herself in front of her husband, saying, "You've taken everything from me. You've taken my home. You've taken my children. You've taken whoever I was, and I'm going to pay you back big time by killing myself." Right there, and you're going to see it.
In the final moment, Betty's self-pity is overtaken by another emotion. Revenge.
I do not believe she was there to shoot them, but that's what she did.
Linda is killed instantly. Her husband of 6 months, Dan, survives for half an hour before choking on his own blood.
Betty was driven to murder because of uncontrollable rage brought on by being discarded and treated like garbage by the man she loved. She was destroying the people who had destroyed her. It was the only way to end her pain.
Within hours of committing the double murder, Betty surrenders to police.
She was tried twice. The first was a hung jury. 4 people on that jury said there's just no way she should be guilty of that crime, that Dan and Linda caused it to happen by pushing those buttons. And then in the second trial, she was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to prison.
And the judge gave her a sentence of 32 to life, which in effect, under the law at that time, made her eligible for parole for the first time in the year 2010.
Because Betty Broderick refuses to show remorse for her crimes, that parole is denied.
I do feel kind of a unique sympathy for the killer. And I don't usually feel that way about people. I feel that people should pay for their crimes, go away to prison, and we should forget about them. But I think of her, and I think about what has been taken from her and how she reacted, and I think it's cautionary. We all better be careful that, you know, partners in this life that we try to create are equal and valuable, and she wasn't. She was treated like she was nothing.
These deadly women signed their wedding vows in blood. Mary Winkler turned from preacher's wife to lethal widow. Rebecca Salcedo was consumed by passion for a man's money. And Betty Broderick destroyed those who had destroyed her. These dangerous wives were joined in unholy matrimony, united by a prophetic oath, till death do us part. The coldest killings of all come carefully planned.
Women are much more likely to methodically plan out the murder of someone that they want dead.
The perfect daughter has something to hide.
It was irrational. It was cold. That's how Wendy's mind worked.
a star student, invites death to dinner.
This was a psychotic belief which she could not be talked out of.
And a man in uniform is a man in danger.
My heart was pounding. I said, something's up, something's up.
When these women had a problem, their solution was murder in cold blood. It's after midnight on the edge of a ranch stock pond in Texas. Wendy Davidson has something she desperately needs to hide.
She knew that if she dumped him in water, his body would rise to the surface pretty fast. So she gathered some heavy auto parts and concrete blocks and things. She tied these things to his body.
The body belongs to her husband, Air Force Sergeant Michael Severance.
This man was a hero. He survived 5 tours of duty in the Middle East. And yet, he couldn't survive 5 months of marriage to that woman.
On the outside, Wendy Davidson looks like a smart, successful vet.
Okay, open wide. Good doggy.
But Wendy's family makes life complicated. Wendy has been married to Michael Severance for 5 months. But no matter how hard he tries, Michael can never satisfy his new mother-in-law.
Wendy was very torn by the conflict between her parents and Michael. Wendy was tied to her parents. They were helping her financially to get her practice going. Her mother was working in the clinic almost every day. She was bound to them by emotional bonds that just could not shatter.
When Michael and Wendy plan a visit to his father in Maine, Wendy's mom doesn't like the idea. The pressure is wearing Wendy down.
Somehow, Wendy, in her self-centered, vainglorious way, decided that this was the solution to her problem. That if she got rid of Michael, her life would be fine. It was irrational, it was heartless, it was cold. But that's how Wendy's mind worked.
In January 2005, Les Severance waits for his son and his grandchild to arrive for their first visit to Maine.
I come through the door, pumped, let's go. We gotta go pick up Mike. And they give me the news that Mike's not coming. Nobody knows where he is.
Wendy says her husband has mysteriously gone missing. A father's instincts say something is wrong.
It was just all piling up that something is amiss here. That something's not right.
Late at night, Wendy Davidson desperately scours the internet. her searches will leave clues to a murder.
Two things in particular on the computer were a query on polygraph examinations, and then another query on the decomposition of body and water.
As Texas Ranger Sean Palmer begins investigating the disappearance of Michael Severance, Michael's wife, Wendy, becomes the prime suspect.
Surveillance information showed that Wendy Davidson traveled to a ranch that we knew she had access to.
On that ranch is a pond with her dark secret.
The Texas Department of Public Safety dive team assisted with the search of the pond and ultimately discovered Michael Severance's body.
"2,000 miles away, in Maine, Michael's father receives grim visitors.
And then when I pulled in the driveway, I see the Air Force plates. And I really had a hard time coming through the door. I stood out in the driveway for probably 15 minutes because I knew. They told me that they had found Michael's body in the pond.
As police close in, Wendy Davidson panics. She calls her family to a secluded cemetery and makes a strange confession.
She told her brother that I did not kill Michael Severance, but I disposed of his body. She said, because I knew someone in my family must have killed him, and I wanted to protect my family.
But all the evidence is pointing to Wendy.
One of the things that was critical in the investigation was the drugs that she kept at the clinic.
Wendy had altered her logs, covering up the missing drugs that killed her husband.
Law enforcement pieced together all the little bits of evidence and came up with a scenario. Friday evening, Wendy and Michael went out to celebrate the upcoming trip and to have dinner together and a few drinks, and came back to their apartment inside the clinic.
All right, here comes. 1 and 2. Yeah, you see that?
Law enforcement believes she put a little phenobarbital into the beer that Michael drank.
Man, I could really use a beer right now.
Then they believe the combination of the phenobarbital and the beer that night just put him right to sleep. They believe that when that happened, she pulled out a veterinary syringe, filled it with euthanasia, and slammed that thing into the center of his chest. And pushed down on the plunger, just as she would have done any dog on the table in her clinic.
Its effect would take place immediately, and death would ensue in 2 to 4 minutes. This type of death is relatively painless. They simply fall asleep and stop breathing.
After dumping his body in the stock pond, Wendy thinks she's finished the job. But the investigation later reveals another gruesome fact.
Wendy, a couple of days after her husband's death, had gone online and researched what a body does in water. And she went, oops, I made a mistake. I didn't put enough weights on his body. He is going to rise up to the surface.
Wendy returned to the pond.
She saw the body was indeed rising.
It's not difficult to sink a body, but it's very difficult to keep a body down once it begins to decompose. The process of decomposition and the manufacture of gas in the body is relentless and ongoing.
Wendy has to get rid of the evidence one more time.
She took out her blue veterinary knife and stabbed his body 41 times.
Mutilating a dead body of someone that you supposedly loved, pretty gruesome thing to do, pretty incredible thing to do. I think most people can't even begin to imagine themselves doing such a thing. So she got past whatever hurdles she had to get past to do it.
After her arrest, Wendy enters a plea bargain. Convicted of murder, she's sentenced to 35 years in prison. Wendy still claims she is innocent.
I truly believe she feared that Michael was going to leave her and try and get custody of their son.
This is something that you think of every day. This never goes away. Why did they kill little Mikey?
It was a dinner invitation they couldn't refuse.
I'd like to make a toast to thank you all for being here on this wonderful occasion.
A new sing has enticed her fellow law students with a spine-chilling promise.
Be fantastic. I will be a new person.
She told a whole bunch of people,
So much better.
I'm going to commit suicide. Come to my place and we'll have a farewell dinner.
I just feel so good about this.
One person doesn't know of her sinister plan. Her fiancé, Joe.
Somewhere in that process, she said to herself, well, if I'm going to die, Joe should die with me.
Okay, just nobody say anything when he comes back. It's fine.
It is beyond my comprehension that those at the party that knew what this was all about didn't speak up and stop it.
In Canberra, Australia, 2 university students prepare for a night out.
Right.
Joe Cinque is smitten with his pretty fiancée, Anu Singh.
I'm fat, look at me.
No, you're beautiful, baby. You look amazing.
But Anu's obsession is herself.
She's also impulsive, immature, rather manipulative, and extremely narcissistic. She really had to be the center of attention.
Need a little bit of help. Hello?
Sure. What do I do?
No, do it up.
I'm trying. Just give me 1
Oh,
second.
come on. This is not gonna work.
Yeah, maybe you should try that Ipecac stuff, you know? Like,
Do you think it would work?
I don't think you need it, but I mean, if you want to, you can take it. I don't know.
When Joe mentions Ipecac, an idea takes hold in Anu's mind. Syrup of Ipecac is a medicine that induces vomiting. Anu starts to abuse it daily and soon wastes away to just 88 pounds.
Anu seemed to have a pretty normal life until her mid to late teen years, when her mental illnesses started manifesting. The first one was an eating disorder.
The second one is a dangerous delusion.
Once she started taking the Ipecac, she developed this delusion that she was dying. And when I say delusion, I don't just mean a kind of funny idea that all of us have in our heads. This was a psychotic belief which she could not be talked out of.
Clinical psychologist Ken Byrne says Anu sought help, but refuses to believe her doctors.
She was convinced that there was nothing that could be done to help her, that she was going to slowly, gradually waste away. She then became more and more suicidal and made plans to commit suicide. She took a series of carefully thought out steps. She researched suicide at the library. She tried to obtain a handgun.
That looks good.
Then she settles on heroin.
Do you still know that guy that goes to uni? Yeah.
Incredibly, no one questions her disturbing plan.
One of the astonishing things about this case is that a whole series of students at the law school had heard her talk about actively planning suicide. And to my knowledge, none of them put their hand up to someone and said, you know, you better go talk to this girl.
She'd be what people would call the drama queen. Things needed to centre on Anu.
Anu's defense lawyer, Jack Pappas, found her to be extremely self-absorbed.
Her acting out and her scheming was never about death. It was about the whole drama of her being at the centre of attention.
My best friend and we're over there. We're having a dinner party tonight. You guys are invited.
Anu decides to host a dinner party with her own death as the main attraction.
I'd like to make a toast to thank you all for being here on this wonderful occasion to celebrate us.
As bizarre as it seems that most people at the party knew that it was meant to be a send-off party for Anu Singh.
I know you all know that I have been sick for quite some time, but I know.
And they seemed to take the view that, well, if someone wants to commit suicide, that's their business, not ours.
We all know that I met Joe through a wonderful friend.
But Anu won't die alone.
And I just love him to pieces.
She wants to take Joe with her, whether he likes it or not.
All right, man, look what you do. This is the heroin. This is what you're gonna put inside you, all right?
Yep.
Anu Singh is a law student
Light it up.
And how much goes in the spoon?
As much as you want.
taking lessons in death. she has decided to kill herself.
She tracks down a chap at the law school. He supplies her with heroin.
And put this around your hand, all right? Sure. Put this up here, yeah? Put that in your mouth and pull it real tight. Now we're gonna find a vein.
She's got someone who sold heroin to teach her how to inject it.
You have absolutely nothing to do. All right, we find
So there's
a
no
vein.
question this was a clearly planned out effort.
All right, how much do you want?
Enough for 2 over.
She suffered from clinical depression.
Give these two.
She suffered from psychosis.
Yeah.
She did not even know what was real and what was not.
Is that enough?
Anu has a strong delusion. She thinks she's dying from using syrup of ipecac. It's a medicine her boyfriend suggested might help her lose weight.
An important part of Miss Sink's character is that she's very childlike and narcissistic. And so that in her view of the world, when something goes wrong, it must be someone's fault, and that it was his fault.
Now she blames Joe for her imagined illness. She wants to kill herself and take him with her.
The idea was that she would have a dinner party effectively as her send-off because she was going to commit suicide. It was like a Last Supper.
Anu plans to heavily sedate Joe with Rohypnol.
Rohypnol is a date rape drug. It causes very rapid loss of consciousness and causes somebody to fall asleep. It also tends to decrease a person's memory of any of the events that occurs to them.
Once her dinner guests leave, Anu begins stage 2 of her scheme. Joe Chinque is now at the mercy of the woman he loves.
She used enough heroin to kill 2 horses. It was a massive, massive dose of heroin.
Come on, darling, it'll be all right. I promise this won't hurt.
Heroin is a central nervous system depressant. As the person's respirations become depressed, less blood is flowing to the body, less oxygen to the brain, and the person begins to suffer from brain damage.
It won't be the peaceful departure Anu hopes for.
Fluid builds up in the lungs. It causes the accumulation of frothy fluid in the airways, which can then exude out the mouth and nose.
The nature of the murder might have started out as some kind of a romantic fantasy of leaving the world together and being forever together. But that fantasy was long since gone.
Joe! Oh, wake up, Joe!
In a panic, Anu calls emergency.
Where are you? It's 79. No, wait, it's 30.
But repeatedly gives the wrong information.
So this is this, self-involvement, wanting to protect herself, poor judgment, erratic thinking.
There's vomit everywhere and blood stuff. Is that a bad sign?
Joe could have been saved had he gotten rapid medical attention.
But Joe Chinque is dead. and Anu has not kept her part of the deal. She doesn't try to join him.
She had every opportunity to kill herself at the end if she'd been serious about it, and yet she never even attempted, so far as anyone could ever discover, to inject herself at that time.
Anu Singh is charged with murder.
The prosecution were of the view that she was a highly intelligent girl, and she was, who had determined that she could get away with murder and was smart enough to feign mental illness.
But her defense proves Anu is mentally ill at the time of the murder.
Anu was compelled to carry out a fantasy that involved death.
She had a psychological condition that made her less responsible for her actions than you or I.
Found guilty of manslaughter, Anu is sentenced to 10 years in prison. She serves a total of 4 and now lives in Sydney, Australia.
And maybe if one person had gone to someone in authority, maybe this boy would still be alive.
Police officer Glenn Turner was too young to die. Just 31, he has suffered a slow, agonizing death.
He called me on the phone. He was just deathly sick. I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like I'm about to die. You could actually hear the shaking in his voice as he talked.
While Glenn's family and colleagues mourn, one person barely sheds a tear. His wife.
My gut instinct at that very moment, and for those first few days, was that she had done something to him.
Oh, my baby!
Press County 201.
76 low.
Roger that.
There are certain women who are attracted to cops.
Cop County, we got a job 791.
Right, running.
Roger.
Lynn Turner is one of those women.
Some women have a neurotic attraction to power.
Good, even better than I've seen you.
And uniforms, badges, they represent power and authority in our society.
Working in police radio dispatch, the glamorous 22-year-old is surrounded by the men she craves. But Lynn Turner's smile hides a darker side.
She has an aggressive personality, a manipulative personality, a controlling personality.
In Cobb County, Georgia, police officer Mike Archer knew her as a woman to keep well away from.
She didn't have a real good reputation, and she was just kind of sneaky.
Lynn was dangerous to any man who had a wallet and a badge.
After hours, Lynn stalks the officer's favorite bars in Marietta, Georgia. It's here she meets officer Glenn Turner.
Glenn didn't have any enemies. Glenn just got along with everybody, and he was very gullible. Just a very easygoing, likable, big teddy bear guy.
Singled out by the sexy brunette, Glenn falls quickly under her spell.
Fairly attractive lady. And for Glenn, it was, Glenn wasn't the best looking guy. He wasn't in the best physical shape. He wasn't chiseled or anything, but, and for Glenn, Lynn was a catch.
Just 2 months later, Glenn announces his engagement.
I was just shocked. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Simply because her background didn't fit Glenn's personality.
I missed you. I missed Jeff.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, let me pop.
It seems like a happy marriage. But Glenn soon finds his classy wife is a big spender.
Sweetheart. So, tell me about your day.
Lynn would use sex and gifts to get a man interested in her. But once she married Glenn, the sex stopped. She wasn't really in love with him. She was in love with what his money could do for her.
2 years on, Glenn Turner has had enough. He wants a divorce. But Lynn wants his money. And she'll get more if her husband is dead. Then, Glenn is struck by a mystery illness.
I mean, he just called me on the phone, said, I'm just so sick. I've had extreme diarrhea. I mean, I'm throwing up. I've been throwing up for 2 days. I can't stop. I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like I'm about to die.
Days later, the healthy police sergeant is dead.
Sergeant Judith Fannin, who had called me and told me that they'd found Glenn dead in bed.
Mr. Detective, I came up here to see if you wanted a glass of water, and he was dead.
Instinctively, Glenn's police buddies are suspicious.
I took him to the hospital earlier, and they sent him home. They said he'd be okay.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
We had the discussion about the possibility that Lynn had done something to Glenn. And everybody was in agreement that we thought something had happened.
But the autopsy says a virus simply caused Glenn's big heart to stop.
Get me out of here.
I accepted it. I said, okay, you know, he got sick, and he pretty much, that's what got him.
After the funeral, Lynn collects Glenn's insurance payout and quickly leaves town, straight into the arms of a new police officer, Randy Thompson. Six years later, Mike Archer gets a chilling phone call.
And I said, what is it? He goes, no, you really need to sit down. I sat down, and he said, they found Randy, and Randy was about 32 years of age. He said, they found Randy dead in his bed yesterday morning.
His mind races to one conclusion.
I mean, then I knew she had done something. I knew they were going to be connected. I mean, I was just skin, my hair was all up on the back of my neck. I mean, it was just my heart was pounding. I said, something's up, something's up.
Lynn Turner loves a man in uniform.
There were two things in life very important to Lynn. One was that her husband be a cop. The other was that she be able to spend a lot of money.
The problem is, Lynn's men in uniform keep dying.
Lynn was a black widow in every sense of the word. She mated, she killed, and moved on to the next person.
When 32-year-old Randy Thompson falls ill, it seems like a severe flu.
He was treated for the symptoms, diagnosed with gastritis, and then released with medication.
Come on, keep it.
People talked to him the next day. He seemed to be getting better. So it was a surprise then when he was discovered dead.
On its own, Randy's death doesn't seem strange. But Lynn Turner has lost a man before.
Oh, get away from me! Oh, my baby!
Glenn Turner's sudden death left his fellow officers suspicious. When they hear about Randy Thompson, they hit the phones.
I knew right then that Lynn had, murdered both of them. And there was no doubt in my mind, Lynn married both of them, and both of them was for money.
Get me out of here.
For money and for greed.
You had young men about the same age. They were both healthy. They should not have died just having the flu. What these two men had in common at the times that they died were this woman.
A red flag is up. The medical examiner is looking for something suspicious.
During the autopsy of Randy, the medical examiner discovered crystals in the kidneys, which was an indication of poisoning.
Six years after his death, Glenn Turner's body is exhumed. He, too, has an awful secret.
Ultimately, they both died of ethylene glycol poisoning.
Ethylene glycol is a liquid found in the garages of millions of Americans. Most people know it as antifreeze. To Lynn Turner, it's a murder weapon, hidden in a bowl of Jell-O.
Ethylene glycol is a slightly sweet, odorless substance. It can be disguised rather easily in Jell-O or tea or a soft drink. But once it's ingested, within a matter of several hours, the individual begins to get extremely sick. They will experience headache, confusion, abdominal pain. They will be disoriented. And frequently, they will start to experience abnormal bleeding in their body as well.
At any time, certainly while she watched these men suffer, she could have decided that she didn't want to do this, that it was not the right thing to do. She actually had the opportunity to stop it.
Lynn killed with antifreeze because it was easy. She didn't have to get dirty or bloody or stab him or anything like that. And she could secretly put it in something he was eating or drinking and quietly kill him. She thought she could get away with it.
Found guilty of 2 counts of murder, she was sentenced to life without parole.
When they said guilty, 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 I mean, it was just, it's like a load had been lifted off of you. I mean, it was just like, thank God. Especially for Glenn's family.
I think she's broken and can't be fixed. And there's just some inner core to her that she doesn't have, that bit of humanity that the rest of us do.
Lynn Turner died in prison in August 2010. These deadly women had a blueprint for murder. Wendy Davidson precisely plotted her husband's death. Anu Singh planned murder like a dinner party. And Lynn Turner served a fatal dessert. When men got in the way, death was part of a careful plan to kill in cold blood. How does passionate love become brutal murder?
Dangerous couples feed off of each other. The results can be explosive.
A teenage crush ignites a wild killing spree.
She was even, in some ways, more violent than he was.
Husband and wife share twisted cravings.
He was looking for a schoolgirl.
And a love-struck girl becomes a deadly puppet.
She met Satan. She met the ultimate evil.
These deadly women had romantic dreams drenched in blood by dangerous liaisons. On a lonely highway, a killing spree is over. 11 people are dead, and 2 teenage rebels are under arrest. One of them is a 14-year-old schoolgirl, Carol Fugate.
He kidnapped me. I had nothing to do with killing them people.
Carol Fugate's story consistently has been that she was an unwilling hostage and not an accomplice, and she claims that to this day.
Is she truly an innocent hostage, or was her finger also on the trigger?
There was a term for her, high-tempered and easily angered and violent. I just think that once wasn't enough for her.
Lincoln, Nebraska, 1958. Carol Fugate is a sullen teen.
How you doing? Come on, give me a hug. Ah, that's it. Oh, baby.
People said that she was a little snip and unevenly tempered.
Go and clean your room. I want you to make your bed now, young lady. I won't say it again.
Who cares if I make my bed?
I do. Now go and clean your room.
She didn't practice much self-control. You know, she did pretty much what she wanted to.
She's just been a naughty girl.
She didn't like her parents very much, but that's not so unusual for a 14-year-old girl.
What is unusual is her choice of boyfriend. Charlie Starkweather is 19, a loner who worships James Dean.
What he liked about James Dean was his sense of James Dean having a solitary lonely existence and didn't fit in with the world.
By the time Charlie was in his teen years, he hated society. He has said that he would like to live in a world where only he existed.
It's a dangerous liaison with a deadly secret. Charlie is an unstable killer.
He just had kind of a wild look. There's something about his eyes that seemed to frighten people.
He shoots a man in a gas station robbery and gets away with it.
He felt good about killing. It made him feel powerful, and his self-esteem went up.
Author William Allen says Charlie and Carol became a frightening combination.
They both felt that they had met somebody who was like themselves. She was a dominant female, very aggressive and hostile. I think when two dominant people bond like that, they become so much bigger and more dangerous than they would be alone.
Carol's family is now in danger. The truth about what happens next depends on who you believe.
Charlie got in an argument with Carol's mother, and she said, "We don't want you to ever come back here anymore." He started arguing with her, and she started slapping him around.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Get out of the way! Get out of my house!
According to Charlie, he kills Carol's stepfather, with Carol happily at his side.
And then shot Carol's mother in the side of the face at point-blank range.
Even Carol's baby sister isn't spared.
Betty Jean, she was 2.5 years old, and Carol hated her, was jealous of her, because she was treated better than Carol had been treated.
Carol Fugate has a different story. She says she came home from school that day to find her family missing.
Charles told her he and his gang, as he described it, had taken her parents and half-sister hostage, and that they were going to, I believe, rob a bank or something, and that her parents would be released after they accomplished this. So that's how he was able to keep her in the house for this approximately about a week.
For the next 6 days, the couple stay holed up in Carol's house. A simple note keeps the world at bay. Charlie Starkweather has created his own paradise.
Charlie is known to have said that the 6 days following the massacre of Carol's family, where he and Carol drank soda pop and threw knives for practice and made love all over the house, were the happiest days of his life. What does that tell you about this man's life?
Fearing the police, Charlie finally takes Carol out of the house, onto the highway, and into a cross-country murder spree.
I think once Charlie started killing, he couldn't stop.
It will make him more famous than his hero, James Dean, and put Carol in the middle of a mystery. Is she a hostage or a killer?
She was willing and able to do anything that Charlie wanted to do. She was even, in some ways, more violent than he was.
In rural Nebraska in the 1950s, it's not unusual to pick up hitchhikers, even when they carry guns.
Hey, I was just wondering if we could get a lift about 5 miles down. We were just doing some hunting about a mile back and...
Charlie Starkweather has just shot the owner of a nearby farm. Victim number 5. Carol Fugate is his hostage. Young sweethearts Bob Jensen and Carol King have made a terrible mistake.
They were the polar opposites of Charlie Starkweather and Carol Fugate. They were honor students. He played football. They went to church.
Get out of the car! You too, sweetheart! Honey, Tim, you first!
They were the ideal teenager of that period, and they became the victims.
Just get out of there! Moving downstairs! Take the car! Take it!
The fate of Bob Jensen and Carol King still haunts former reporter Del Harding.
I arrived with the law enforcement officials looking down in that storm cellar, and here's this half-naked body of Carol King and the bloody body of Bobby Jensen. I can close my eyes and see that just like it happened yesterday.
Turn around!
Charlie admitted shooting Bobby Jensen 6 times. Just bang, bang, bang.
But with this murder, something came out of Charlie that hadn't been seen before, and that was an aggressive sexual nature.
Charlie took Carol King down into the cellar, and he was down there for 15, 20 minutes, something like that. When he came back up, Carol was furious.
What the hell have you been doing?
Because she thought he was having sex with Carol King.
You raped her, didn't you?
What happens next is still in dispute.
I can tell when you're lying.
Charlie Starkweather later swears that Carol goes into the cellar alone.
He heard a gunshot from the cellar. Carol came back and told him that Carol King had tried to run, so she had to shoot her.
When her body is found, it has been horribly mutilated.
Carol Fugate supposedly took a knife and carved the private areas of Carol King.
And it was a savage attack on her female anatomy. Usually when we see that, where it is a male and female couple killing people, that's often an indicator that the female partner did that, and she did it out of jealousy.
But is Carol Fugate's hand really on that knife? Is she an accomplice or a terrified hostage?
She stayed in the car. She had no place to go. She was out in the middle of nowhere, middle of winter, and she was just frozen with fear. She thought she was going to be the next victim at any time.
James MacArthur's father, John, was Carol's defense attorney in 1958.
It's always been the belief, both of my father and myself, that Carol has been totally innocent of this. Carol realized very early on, she told me, that there was something mentally wrong with Charles, and she wanted to break up with him, and that, in fact, is what appears to have precipitated the entire tragic events that followed.
It's Carol's rejection that sends an unstable teen over the edge. Dragged along for the bloody ride, she's too terrified to escape.
Carol 14 years old. She was with a person that she realized was a madman that she had seen was able and willing to kill somebody, literally at the drop of a hat.
It certainly wouldn't be unusual for a person taken hostage by a killer to remain with them because they were afraid they'd be killed. That's totally understandable. I'm not at all sure that's what happened in this case. There are too many discrepancies, and there are too many statements from Carol that are quite simply unbelievable.
It's only when Charlie surrenders to police that she runs to safety.
Kidnap me. I had nothing to do with killing them people.
By then, there is a trail of 11 dead behind them. Charlie Starkweather pleads guilty and is sentenced to death. He also implicates Carol. Found guilty of first-degree murder, she gets life in prison.
I felt the same way as her jury did. She was a willing accomplice. Her demeanor, her testimony, all of that together, there was no doubt in my mind, and still is no doubt in my mind, that she was a willing accomplice and may have killed several of the people, the victims herself.
Carol was a very frightened person when I first met her, and she obviously felt that she was being wronged, that people didn't understand her. When I talked to her, and I was almost her same age, that seemed to be her strongest thing that she wanted to get across, that this was a terrible wrong that was being done to her.
In 1976, Carol Fugate is released on parole. She still maintains her innocence. In Queensland, Australia, the sleepy town of Noosa is laid back and carefree. The ideal place to raise a family. Today, that serenity will be destroyed.
27th of November, 1987. Will last in my mind forever, till the day I die.
Pure innocence will meet a monstrous desire.
The last hour of Sean Kingy's life would have been absolutely horrific.
And one woman's name will become synonymous with evil. Val May Beck.
Anyone that could commit or participate in a crime like this isn't, I don't think, a human being.
In an Australian resort town, Barry Watts and Val May Beck seem like just another couple.
No one around here.
Well, what about her?
I told you I want a bloody schoolgirl.
But their vacation is different.
I know what you want.
They are on a horrifying hunting trip.
Today's the day, Val. Little virgin. Gonna be a bloody first and last.
He's continually telling Beck that he is fascinated with having a virgin.
Alan Burke was working as a detective when the pair began stalking the streets of Noosa.
He was looking for a schoolgirl, a virgin schoolgirl, and that she was to assist him, and then he would be faithful to her for the rest of her life if she did that.
Like her?
Val May Beck doesn't flinch at her husband's appalling request. She will please him, even if it takes her to the depths of depravity.
I describe the relationship between Beck and Watts as a relationship that was born in hell. Had they not met, this may not have happened.
It's hard to say how a woman gets to a point of doing something horrible to a young girl because her husband wants her to. It takes years. It's not something that happens over a short amount of time. And the core personality of dependence has to be there to begin with.
Val Mae Beck began her life at the bottom.
She was in trouble virtually from when she was old enough to get into trouble, mainly for petty offences, stealing, breaking and entering, things like that.
Author Paul B. Kidd says she never made it out of the criminal underworld.
And just when she thought she couldn't get any lower, she met Barry Gordon Watts. Skinny little rat-like runt of a thing who'd spent all of his life getting in and out of trouble with the police.
We need to make some money. Oh, you have your fat ass. Don't you bloody talk to me like that.
They were a very, very good pair.
Barry Watts is much more than just another small-time villain. He has a warped obsession with young children. His dark urges ignite Val Mae's.
Val Mae fits the profile of a woman married to a sexually sadistic predator. And she became one herself. But it was always in her.
I can get you one of those, baby.
She was deeply in love with Barry Watts. I think that she wanted to please him, but I think that she bought into his fantasy life and she became very much involved with that fantasy life. She became very dangerous because of that.
Late afternoon, 12-year-old Sharn Kingy and her mother, Linda, have been shopping after school.
Sian Kingy was arguably the most beautiful girl at her school. She was loved by everyone. She was a champion at sport. She was good to her family. She was the daughter that every mother and father wished to have. She was an angel.
They live just minutes away. Linda thinks nothing of letting her daughter ride home on her own. Barry Watts and Val Mae Beck wait on the other side of the park.
Don't you worry, somebody belongs.
This wasn't all Barry's crime. We know that the day it happened, it was Val Mae that said to Barry, "Today's the day." She's the one who chose the victim. She's the one who got her.
You said today?
Settle down, all right? Just settle down.
At one point in Val Mae's life, she was a little 12-year-old girl, and yet she had no empathy for what she was about to do to another little 12-year-old.
Shut up! Keep driving!
Riding home after school, 12-year-old Sharn Kingy is the picture of childhood innocence. She's also the ideal fantasy of a married couple with terrible desires. Barry Watts and Val Mae Beck.
Watts has spotted her and said, "Here's one now."
Sharn doesn't normally talk to strangers.
Excuse me? Yes. You haven't seen my little dog, no, I haven't seen her.
But this homely woman seems harmless.
I'm not worried about her. She'll be fine anyway.
If you saw Beck in the street, you would think she was just another middle-aged woman, grandmother. You would never pass her off as a killer.
Oh, you're a good girl.
Sharn is forced into the car and taken away.
Don't kill me!
Minutes later, her mother comes looking for her.
Sean? Sean?
Something is very wrong. In a secluded area on the outskirts of town, Valmay tries to calm her terrified victim.
She did say in her interview that the little girl was whimpering, and she said to her that everything will be all right, to calm the little girl down.
Nothing's gonna happen to you. Nothing's gonna happen to you.
Comforting a child is something Valmay is used to. She has children of her own.
She's telling this child all the time, "Oh, just go along, you'll be all right, nothing will happen." So she's behaving she claims, in quite a maternal fashion to this child, which it makes the whole situation even worse. So it twists maternity inside out, makes it something totally perverted.
Now Barry unleashes his most sadistic desires.
She stood by while Watts has raped Sharn and sodomised her. He initially tried to choke her. He stabbed her numerous times in the chest area. And then he cut her throat.
As Barry takes a 12-year-old girl's life, Valmay stands by her man.
I don't believe for one second that she was frightened of him. I think that Valmay Beck had a choice from start to finish, a choice she chose not to exercise, which was to stop this murder. She could have stopped the murder at any point.
This is worse than animals. And she stood by and let it happen so that he would love her more. Do you think she's not evil?
Valmay does more than help her husband. She shares his twisted passion.
On Beck's word, they've celebrated the incident by having sex themselves. That's beyond me. You know, I just can't believe that a woman could do that. You know, it's beyond description.
Valmay probably got as much of a thrill sexually and psychologically out of this crime as Barry did.
1 week later, Sharn's mutilated body is discovered. A community is shattered.
It took away the innocence in life. I'd been around a while and seen some pretty awful things, but I think this really scars you to the core. My daughter was about the age of Sharn, and I became extremely possessive of her in relation to her going anywhere by herself.
In the aftermath of such a savage sex crime, police believe they're hunting a man.
Didn't really enter into our heads that a female could be responsible for this as well. Very rarely do you get an occasion where you have the wife freely participating to assist the husband in such an horrific crime like this.
One clue turns the investigation. In a small town, strange cars tend to be noticed. A local enters the police station with a hastily scrawled license plate number.
So from that, I did searches, interstate searches, and came up with Valmay Beck.
When the pair are finally arrested, Valmay makes a cold-hearted confession.
She showed no emotion at all. Not a tear was shed.
Found guilty of murder, Valmay Beck and Barry Watts are given life sentences. In 2008, the heart that held no compassion for a child gives out. Valmay Beck dies in prison. Sharn Kingi would have been turning 31.
People put on this earth to do something positive and leave it that way. She's come onto this earth, and the only thing she's done is, in her life, is killed a little innocent girl. That's her contribution to society. And as such, when I saw her die, I had no regret.
It's a warm Florida evening when Sandy Razzo arrives home from work and comes face to face with a killer.
Some shots hit Miss Razzo in her extremities, others that hit her in, the body, and then there was one that was in her head.
Sandy will never know who or why, but this is no random slaying.
Before this, Tracy Humphrey had said, make sure you look into her eyes and you see the life drain from her eyes.
When 19-year-old Ashley Laney walks into a new gym in Tampa, Florida, she's intimidated by the hard bodies. Ashley's only recently left home. She's shy, lacking confidence, but immediately attracted to hotshot instructor Tracy Humphrey.
He's nearly 20 years older than her. He's an authority figure, and she immediately falls for this guy.
When you first meet Tracy, he gives you the impression that he really knows what he's doing. He's very confident and seems to really want to help people.
Toby White trained with Tracy at the gym, watching him move in on Ashley.
She was very bubbly, innocent. I started to feel protective of her. I could see how naive she was, how innocent she was.
Weeks later, Ashley's whole life has been transformed. She has a new body and a new love. But she's made a mistake. She's in the clutches of a monster.
Tracy Humphrey's background is littered with violence against women.
He had a very lengthy criminal history, spent time in prison. There were previous cases of him battering women in the past.
one victim is former girlfriend Sandy Razzo.
You don't say no to Tracy Humphrey, because he will get back at you for it. And Sandy Razzo said no to him more than once, but not this weekend. She says no, and he violently beats her and rapes her. She files sexual assault, rape charges against Tracy, and this becomes the beginning of the end for Sandy Razzo.
Tracy's new girlfriend, Ashley, isn't putting up a fight.
He's not only training her physically, he's training her mentally.
According to author M. William Phelps, he wants total control of Ashley.
He understands her, he reads her well right away, that this is a girl with zero self-esteem. And all I have to do is tell her what she wants to hear, and she's gonna be my puppet. She's gonna do anything I want.
He's chosen the perfect target. Ashley craves the control of a powerful man.
The men in Ashley's background were hardly stellar examples of what a man should be. Her father spent most of Ashley's life in prison. Her brother was in and out of juvenile facilities. Men who have a need to control women, to control everything in their life, would not be attracted to a strong, independent woman.
Look at me in the eye.
They are attracted to women who are looking for daddy.
One more. This is for us. Look at me.
That's exactly what Tracy wants. He needs a puppet to take care of some deadly business. Tracy's rape case is looming, and he cannot let his victim, Sandy Razzo, testify.
Tracy Humphrey had made a deal with himself. He would never, ever go back to prison. And he knew that a sexual assault case, a rape case, could put him in prison for 10 to 15 years, maybe 20 years.
Naive, vulnerable, Ashley will do anything for her man. To make sure she does, Tracy seals the deal with a wedding.
Tracy and Ashley get married inside the gym, go out for Chinese food for the reception, and for the nightcap, Ashley's gonna commit murder.
Ashley was only dangerous to one person in the world, and it was the person Tracy wanted her to kill.
At age 19, Ashley Humphrey should be putting on makeup for a night out with friends. Instead, she's getting made up for murder.
She had what she called a murder kit, and in that murder kit was oversized clothes, baggy clothes, oversized shoes, and black face paint.
He figured witnesses, if they saw her, would think, it's just a black guy. They would describe the killer as a black guy. And that's what he wanted, to throw off the scent.
From the safety of his couch, Tracy Humphrey will commit murder by remote control.
Yeah.
Okay, put it on.
Put it on your hands.
No.
I want you everywhere. I want you to look like a black man, okay?
Tracy is a violent rapist, up on a serious charge. Ashley's job is to silence the only witness, Tracy's victim, Sandy Razzo.
Ashley agrees to murder her for Tracy. And the reason she does this is simple. She wants his love. She wants his love. She wants everything he's promising her.
Tracy and Ashley's relationship can, I think, be pretty well described 2 words: master and slave.
On Tracy's orders, Ashley follows Sandy home from work.
Ashley was young and impressionable, but most importantly, she had a very, very strong need to be controlled by a man. In that regard, she was a sitting duck when Tracy came along, because he needed a woman to control.
Sandy pulls up in front of her condo. Drives in the driveway, pulls into the garage, does not close the garage door.
From across town, the puppet master now dials in her death.
When you're done. And he's telling her, you go and you do it. Then she runs into the garage. She grabs the pistol and she points it directly at Sandy Razzo's face. She begins to fire.
Sandy Razzo was shot 8 times. It was not the first shot that killed her. There was an apparent struggle. There were some shots that hit Miss Razzo in her extremities, others that hit her in, the body, and then there was one that was in her head. It would be a horrific way to die.
Before this, Tracy had said, make sure you look into her eyes and you see the life drain from her eyes.
I still can't get past the fact that she, on her own, walked up to somebody and shot them 8 times.
I think for Ashley, killing Sandy was a pretty easy thing to do because it was just one thing she had to do to keep Tracy in her life, and that was the most important thing.
Tracy thinks he's pulled off the perfect murder. His accuser is dead. He has a rock-solid alibi. But Tracy's need for control will bring him undone. Sergeant Scott Galzewski says cell phone records gave his team a vital clue.
Her cell phone was pinging off of towers shortly after the 911 call was made. And prior to that, they were pinging off of the towers which were right by the location where Sandy Razzo worked at. So we started thinking, she possibly was the one that, committed the homicide.
It's gonna be okay. We can help you.
Away from Tracy's menacing influence, Ashley crumbles.
She wanted me to do it.
Who wanted you to do it?
Tracy. She was making up lies about him. He was gonna go to prison.
Ashley is not a stupid woman. There is no indication she wouldn't have had a very good life if she'd used her own brain. But she surrendered it. Her need to be loved by a man, a brutish man, took control of her life.
She needs someone to tell her what to do. And she met, really, Satan. She met the ultimate evil.
Ashley and Tracy Humphrey are both found guilty of murder. Tracy gets life. Ashley will spend 25 years behind bars.
Ashley ended one life and threw her own life away because she thought she needed a man.
I really believe had Ashley never met Tracy Humphrey, she would have never killed anyone in her life.
When these women met Mr. Wrong, their lives took a deadly turn. Carol Fugate's first love sparked a savage murder spree. Val Mae Beck turned a sick fantasy into terrifying reality. And Ashley Humphrey became a puppet assassin. They were partners in crime who destroyed lives in a dangerous liaison. When sex becomes a weapon, the results can be lethal.
She had an unnatural control over people. It was as if she got a gift from the devil.
Bedroom plots leave two husbands dead.
She's the most manipulative person I've ever encountered.
A mother traps her son in a web of lust and greed.
He blew a hole through the door. And it blew a good-sized hole through Norman.
I'll see you soon.
And a young man meets a monster.
My son. He just wanted to be loved.
These deadly women use men as lethal tools. They are master manipulators. What kind of power makes a man turn against his good friend and fight him to the death?
She was an oversexed, bed-hopping, trashy person who thought that she was the belle of the ball.
The power of a deadly woman.
Sharon's a typical black widow. Marries for money, kills for profit.
I'll never understand how she could murder my dad.
Look at you.
You like?
Oh, I like.
Sharon Nelson doesn't go anywhere without making a splash.
Very nice.
The women in town looked at her thinking, why is she wearing that skirt so short? The men would look at her and think, wow, she's a hot little number. I'd like to get to know her.
How much?
Colorado doctor Perry Nelson thought the same thing. It's exactly what Sharon wants.
We'll be fine. You just need to relax.
Relax.
Immediately, she sets her eyes on the doctor in town, Dr. Nelson, who is handsome. He's kind of charismatic. He's rich. He's got money. He's got an airplane.
When Sharon meets Dr. Nelson, they're both married to other people. That doesn't stop her. 2 divorces later, she has her man.
When I first met her, I was just a girl, and from my perspective, I thought she was a lot of fun.
With a new husband comes a new stepdaughter. Lori Hustwaite was 13 when her father remarried.
I actually had some really good times with Dad and Sharon. We went on some trips together and camping together, and she seemed to include me in their new life together, and I guess you could say I liked her.
Sharon Nelson is not a woman who's safe to like.
Gary, come in. Come in. What do you think?
10 years into her marriage to Dr. Perry Nelson, Sharon is getting restless.
All right. Sharon, I'm lucky to meet the Mountain Man.
The mountain.
And, Raggedy Ann.
Sharon hosted a Halloween party. She's dressed as Scarlett O'Hara in a very romantic little costume that she's put together. And Gary Adams comes in as a mountain man.
Oh, yes, it's beautiful. Thank you.
Gary Adams is one of Dr. Nelson's friends.
Oh, Miss Sandra.
Yeah, Sandra's here, yeah. Sandra, look who's here.
To Sharon,
Save me a dance, Mountain Man.
I'll just do that.
he's another target.
He was rough, he was sexy, she thought, and he was strong. And all those things added up to excitement for her.
Gary will be her new lover and her tool in a deadly plan.
Sharon was only dangerous to a man that could do something for her financially. Those were her husbands. They were the ones in danger.
Sharon has a problem. She married Dr. Nelson for money, and now she's spent it all.
What is this?
A new car.
The best way to refill her bank account
I needed a new car.
is put a price on her husband's head
Yeah, but you always say that.
with life insurance.
Settle down. What is your problem?
Don't tell me. Just
She wanted the $200,000 in life insurance.
Like this.
She needed that. She wanted to fuel a lifestyle of extravagance. So the money was a motivator.
take the goddamn car back.
But also, she was bored with the doctor. She wanted the excitement of a new adventure and of a new man.
That new man is her husband's good friend, Gary Adams.
Gary Adams was absolutely smitten by Sharon. He was pretty much a country boy, lived in a small home, did not have a lot of resources, and would have done anything for her.
So Sharon sends Gary on a special mission,
Are you really good?
a road trip with her husband.
Leave it to me.
My father was headed to Denver, and Gary Adams wanted to catch a ride with him. Gary had my dad pull the car over and said he had to go to the bathroom, and came back to the car and said he had dropped his wallet.
How on earth did you lose your wallet?
And so my dad went to help him look.
The ultimate betrayal awaits.
Gary took a rock and hit him over the head with it.
The murder isn't going to plan.
Anybody who is struck on the back of the head by a 15 to 20 pound rock should lose consciousness.
But the icy hand of the Colorado River is joining the fight.
Falling into icy water may cause this individual to become alert, to awaken. This would have heightened the intensity of the fight. The icy water, the strength and the adrenaline of the victim were not the killer's friend.
Perry Nelson didn't die easily. And in those last moments, he probably knew that his friend had come there to do evil to him.
Can't imagine how he would have felt about being betrayed. I can't imagine what his last thoughts were.
Sharon Nelson feels no remorse. This murder is just the beginning.
The fact that she had one husband killed and then used the same man to have another husband killed was just absolutely astounding to everybody who worked on this case.
When Dr. Perry Nelson goes missing on a drive to Denver, police and his family think it's just an accident.
My dad's body wasn't found for 13 months. So there was a long stretch of time there with lots of unanswered questions for us.
Look at you.
The answers lie with Dr. Nelson's wife, Sharon.
How much was all this stuff?
She ordered his death.
Honey.
Sharon Nelson was an extremely narcissistic individual.
You just need to relax.
A absolute cold and calculating person who had the ability to manipulate others.
The killer is Sharon's lover, Gary Adams. He earns a bounty for his work.
Shortly after Perry Nelson was declared dead and Sharon had received her insurance settlement, Gary Adams was seen driving around town in a new pickup truck.
Three years later, Sharon has a new husband. Denver fireman Glenn Harrelson.
Hey, baby.
He told his friends, I found a fun-loving, classy beauty, and I couldn't be happier.
You didn't go shopping again, did you?
He just didn't know who he was with.
You want me to look good, don't you?
Marriage to Glenn Harrelson follows a familiar pattern. Sharon spends his money, becomes bored, and starts plotting his murder.
When she wanted her way out of something, she went to her go-to guy. She went to Gary Adams and said, Gary, I got to get out of this marriage.
Desperately in love, Gary Adams is in Sharon's complete control.
So how are you gonna do it?
Well, fire and water are the only things that cover your tracks.
Ready to kill for her, yet again.
He said, well, we've done it once. She says, I know, we can do it again.
When Glenn Harrelson arrives home one evening, his wife has a surprise for him.
When Glenn Harrelson walked into the door, Gary Adams then shot him in the head with a .22 pistol, then placed a bunch of papers and magazines on top of his body and set those on fire.
Glenn's body is found in the burnt-out house with a gunshot wound. Detective Glenn Traynor has some questions for the grieving widow.
When we asked her where she was when Glenn died, she stated very quickly that she was at a friend's house who lived just down the hill from her.
Did he say how?
We found that to be very odd because we did not even know at the time when Glenn had died.
Tired of living a lie.
Sharon can't keep her guilty secrets any longer.
Along with money problems can be doomed from the start.
Are you referring to your marriage with Glenn Harrison?
No, Perry Nelson.
She was just very matter-of-fact, almost no emotion displayed. She could have been as very well talking about going to the grocery store as having her boyfriend commit 2 murders.
Barry said he could arrange so that...
I think Sharon confessed so quickly because she knew she wasn't going to get away with it.
What did he say?
And she wanted to be in control of it.
That fire and water are the only way to cover your tracks.
She actually thought she could paint Gary Adams into the corner, where he would take the fall for the crimes that she was very much involved in.
We need you to come down to the station and make a full confession.
It didn't work.
Sharon Nelson and Gary Adams plead guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder. Both are serving life sentences.
I went to see Sharon before she was sentenced and wanted to ask her why she did what she did. I just told her she didn't just kill her husband. You know, she killed my father and she killed my children's grandfather. And she had nothing to say for herself that would give any indication that she was sorry for what she had done.
It's lunchtime in the seaside city of Edgewater, Florida. Local dentist Norman Larzalier takes a well-earned break. Then lunch is cut short.
He saw the assailant come up the stairs. He took off running.
The midday murder of a dentist in his own office is something that you don't see too often.
Behind this death is the hand of a woman who craves sex, money, and control.
She had a black hole inside her. She was evil, as far as I'm concerned.
As a young girl, Virginia Larzalier dreamed of living the high life. Now, married to wealthy dentist Norman Larzalier, she's made it.
They lived in a large mansion. They were well respected. They spent money. They had nice cars, but there always was an element of somebody trying to work their way up.
But as journalist Robert Nolan discovers, her marriage is a sham.
She didn't like Norman that much. She was just tolerating him for the cars and the mansion and the bank account. I think she wanted more.
Norman Larzalier wasn't really prepared for a woman like Virginia Larzalier and didn't really know who he had married.
While she works in her husband's dental office, Virginia quietly pockets extra cash.
Virginia had a lot of problems, but her biggest problem guided her. And it was greed. What Virginia wanted, Virginia got.
Virginia's spending is only half the problem.
She was very seductive, She appeared to sexually come on to all males. Very sexually manipulative. She evidently wanted to establish some type of sexual control in all relationships with males.
Her desires know no boundaries. Seduction even extends to her own son.
Jason Larzalier seemed to be somebody who could be easily manipulated. And he bragged about having what he called a husband-wife relationship with his mother.
The mother-son sexual relationship is the most taboo of all the incest bonds that can exist. And along with it, we frequently see criminal behavior in which the mother leads the son down the path.
Eventually, Virginia's addiction to excess becomes too much for husband Norman.
I want to know where the hell you have been.
Take your hands off me! Jason is abusing me again!
It appeared towards the end that he was becoming aware of her spending, even though a lot was still secret from him, and that he was probably trying to crack down on it.
That's it. We're done. You're both out of this house.
He may have been planning on divorcing her to escape the mess of life that she was creating.
Good. Because I'm sick of looking at your face!
Norman is playing with fire. Virginia has another secret. She has insured him for millions, and she's ready to cash in.
She was calling up on one of the major insurance policies, making sure that everything was fine,
Tomorrow.
that it would be payable.
Good. Bye.
She knows exactly what to do because she's done it all before.
She's had 4 husbands. Everyone that we've talked to has been shot or almost killed.
This time, there will be no mistakes. The last person you'd expect to see in Virginia Larzalier's bedroom is her husband.
She was always sexually seductive to men, very flattering, and people liked it.
Once she has a man, she likes to use him. And Virginia's husband, Norman, is no longer useful. Alive.
With the insurance policy that Virginia had against Norman, he was worth $2 to $3 million to her dead. And if he was going to divorce her, that would dry up her lifestyle, too.
It's good, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That was the motive, it was money. And she would try to hire people to kill Norman.
Yeah.
Virginia asks her lovers to do the dirty work.
There's plenty more where that came from if you do that little job for me.
But they won't take the bait.
I can't do that.
So she will find someone who will.
Somebody just doesn't barge into a dentist's office, shotgun the dentist, and then run away. It was an assassination. It wasn't even a robbery.
Virginia is a master manipulator. And today she has the power of life and death.
he saw the assailant come up the stairs carrying a shotgun.
Norman Larzalier's quiet dental office is now a death trap.
He shut the door behind him and leaned up against the door so the gunman would not enter that area.
Dr. Larzalier thinks he recognizes the gunman.
Jason!
And calls out the name of his stepson.
Jason!
He blew a hole through the door. It leaves a massive hole. There's splinters and everything where Norman was up against it, went all into his body. And it blew a good-sized hole through Norman.
As Norman lays on the floor, his dying gasps are his stepson's name.
Virginia Larzalier appeared to be giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to prevent him from saying anything else after saying Jason's name.
But Virginia can't stop everyone from talking.
I need you to wipe the prints off.
Okay.
She tells her staff to help cover up the crime.
They said that Virginia ordered them to encapsulate the shotgun in cement, dump it.
And we had divers, and we ended up finding the guns.
Her personal assistant later testifies against her. And tells one more shocking story.
They overheard her telling Jason she would pay him $200,000 to, quote, take care of business, unquote.
What happens if you don't give me my money?
You get your money.
Did Virginia Larzalier actually make her own son kill her husband? Both are arrested and put on trial for murder.
We believe that Dr. Norman Larzalier had actually recognized Jason Larzalier coming in from the outside.
The gunman had a ski mask and gloves, but the witnesses knew him, and they said, it looks like his body type. They said he moved the same way. And then you had the victim calling out Jason's name.
Jason!
But there is a reasonable doubt over his identity. And the jury finds Jason not guilty. Virginia isn't so lucky. She goes straight to death row. Later, her sentence is commuted to life.
Leopards don't change their spots. Virginia's personality is what it is. If she gets out of prison, she'll look around for a rich guy to marry. And he better sleep with one eye open.
Deep in the woods, a lonely farmhouse holds a grisly secret. Police are looking for a young man, reported missing.
When they went to the burn barrel, they looked in to see what was there.
Jeez, what is that?
They found a bone with a glob of burnt flesh on the knob. It was obviously a human bone.
It's the first clue to a crime whose horrors are beyond imagining.
I went, oh my God. Oh my God. What did she do to my son?
Sheila Labar is every mother's worst nightmare. Epping, New Hampshire. A typically quiet New England town. Until Sheila Labar arrives.
She's very smart. She would use her wits, use her charm, her Southern accent.
Well, don't you look fine?
Hi, baby.
Wow, you look
You like it?
I think it's just so sexy.
She's incredibly confident. She was not afraid to flirt.
I know it's a little bit delicate, but it's my favorite design.
She uses more than simple charm to capture the attention of wealthy doctor Wilfred Labar.
Thank you. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, I think we...
Wilfred Labar placed a Lonely Hearts ad in a magazine looking for some company. Sheila saw this ad and responded to it by sending topless Polaroid photos of herself. You can imagine if you are in your 60s and you're widowed, it wasn't much longer before Sheila moved from Alabama to Dr. Labar's farm.
As local journalist Kevin Flynn discovers, Sheila is a demanding partner.
A lot of people said to Dr. Labar, you gotta get rid of her. He just seemed unable to extract himself from that relationship.
Soon her control over the doctor is complete.
Slowly, what Sheila would do was ask Dr. Labar for power of attorney, and she started rewriting his will. And she made herself the executress of the will.
A few years later, Dr. Labar is dead.
The coroner said it was heart disease, but a lot of his relatives are not sure. They think that Sheila might have poisoned him in order to speed up the process of getting the farm.
Sheila inherits Dr. Labar's farm. Soon, she entices young men to share the work and her bed. But living with Sheila has its price.
We spoke to a number of neighbors that would see badly beaten young men sort of walking up the road from her house.
District Attorney Kirsten Wilson says the farm became a sadistic playground.
It's an isolated farm. I think it was all about control.
You were supposed to have done this hours ago.
Young men who
Come on, get
are
up
either
to the
loners
house.
or
What is wrong?
mentally maybe incredibly trusting. It's all about controlling them.
Oh, get to your feet, you pathetic pedophile!
Sheila was just a really mean person.
God, you're disgusting. Not you. No, you're beautiful.
She had an unnatural control over people. It was unholy. It was as if she got a gift from the devil.
In February 2006, Sheila is on the prowl for a new victim. Someone innocent and defenseless. Someone like Kenny County.
Kenny was a lovely, lovely boy. He couldn't do enough for you. Everybody was his friend. I was so proud of him.
Carolyn Lodge is Kenny's mother.
He never had a horrible word for anybody, and that was the problem. He trusted everybody.
Kenny has a low IQ. His childlike trust leads him into a terrible trap.
Hello?
Oh, hi, Sheila. It's Kenny.
Oh, hi, Kenny. How are you?
And he told my son Brian that he met a 47-year-old woman in New Hampshire.
Maybe this Wednesday, if you wanted to meet up and...
She owned a farm. She owned a beautiful car,
Kenny, I would love to meet you.
and she was rich.
You are in for a wild time.
And he was serious about her.
I think I know exactly what would make you happy.
Oh.
She chose that person.
I think you should come over.
Someone who was physically weak and mentally weak.
I guess so. Yeah.
And she did it because she could feed her sadistic fantasies that way.
Great. Well, I guess I'll see you soon then.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
She came down in her car and picked him up, and he never came back.
Those got them?
Sheila LaBarre is a woman with a deadly passion. Her prey are young men.
She used her feminine wiles to get their attention, and then she isolated them from everyone else, and then began the torture, psychological as well as physical.
Kenny County is her latest victim. Tonight, his mistress is taking him shopping.
What the hell are you looking at? You don't see anyone in a wheelchair before?
Kenny couldn't walk. He had bruises all over his face. His complexion was an odd color of green. The people who worked at the store were really concerned about him.
Good afternoon, Miss LaBarre.
For weeks, Kenny has been in the clutches of a master manipulator.
That's ridiculous. From who?
You all right?
Hey.
You look off.
Hey, don't talk to me. You don't have to
Kenny
answer.
didn't ask for help.
You don't have to answer anything.
He was under
you say.
Sheila's spell, and that's what Sheila wanted.
Now, if you don't mind, we'd like to leave.
You okay?
When they left that store that night, that was the last time Kenneth County was seen alive.
Weak, defenseless, Kenny County is in grave danger. Late one night, Sheila makes a frenzied call to police.
He's a pervert. He's a child molester. Kenny County. I can prove it.
Sergeant Gallagher received a telephone call from Sheila, and she seemed somewhat frantic.
Sheila obsessively records everything she does.
It was a very disturbing tape that he listened to over the phone. Ken was being interrogated by her.
On the tape was my son vomiting.
Kenny County is faking vomiting. Get up, Kenny!
And she kept saying, he's faking, he's faking.
Get up! You're an evil pedophile, aren't you, Kenny?
Yes.
Now he's a pedophile. Raping children, raping his brother. He's vomiting.
When she was urged to kill, to make it easier for herself, she had to fantasize that the men she was killing were pedophiles.
I think you're right. The tapes are true. Every single
Used
bit
to
of
her
it.
eccentric calls, police decide to investigate the next morning. What they don't realize is that Kenny County is already dead.
What probably happened was that eventually Kenny realized he was in some sort of danger. And I think he might have lashed out in self-defense.
You want to rape your mother, don't you, Kenny? Talk. Right, Kenny? Right!
And I think that's what finally triggered Sheila into a homicidal rage.
Don't you ever do that to me!
There was blood on the walls, on the floor, there were puddles, there was spray. It was a bloody mess.
With her victim dead, Sheila calmly sits and watches him burn.
He was dismembered. Sorry. And he was put in a pit and burnt. But my son, he just wanted to be loved. I can't imagine what he must have been thinking. Because he was so all alone.
While Sheila tries hard to destroy Kenny's body, forensic evidence gives her away.
There was some readily apparent blood spatter. And Carolyn had told us that he had been in the Army for a while. And at that point, we crossed our fingers and hoped that they may have a DNA sample. And they did, luckily for us.
A wallet is found in the septic tank.
Oh, get to your feet.
It belongs to Michael DeLogue, another young man who had fallen prey to Sheila LaBarre. Convicted of 2 murders, suspected of more, Sheila LaBarre is currently serving 2 life sentences.
The fact that she has to remain for the rest of her life behind bars, she got what she asked for. She'll never see the light of day. Horrible thing is, my son is not here with me. He was only 24.
These deadly women had men wrapped around their fingers. Sharon Nelson's deadly charm destroyed 2 husbands. Insatiable desire made Virginia Larzalier consume her family. And Sheila LaBarre took innocent young men to a fiery grave. Sex was just a way for control. Murder was the real seduction for the master manipulators. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
What the hell happened to your face?
A woman's thirst for revenge can be much more powerful than a man's.
Untamed rage leads to violent retribution.
It was just a frenzy of killing.
A cold-hearted mother takes terrible vengeance.
Jessica sits and watches this murder. A murder she planned.
And a jealous wife lashes out.
She lost it. She was a wild animal.
These deadly women felt they'd been wronged. Bent on revenge, they would take an eye for an eye. Few of us will know exactly when we'll die. This woman does. It's at 6:45 p.m., February 3rd, 1998. She's taken a life. And now the state of Texas will take its revenge by lethal injection.
She had joy and peace in the midst of it. Being with her, it was the most incredible experience of my life. She lived her life and made it count for other people.
She was just a mean, vengeful, evil person.
Her life story shocks a nation. Her execution divides it. Just who is Karla Faye Tucker? "15 years earlier, in Houston, Texas, she's a party girl. Booze, drugs, sex. Just 23. Karla is out of control.
There aren't many reports of people saying that they were shocked at the behavior she later was accused of. Karla had lots of problems, and everybody knew them.
She's been abusing drugs since elementary school. Bouncing between frenetic highs and crashing lows. She develops a frightening temper.
She was a very violent person who would fight with you in a minute, a man or a woman. She had many barroom fights. She was a tough little gal.
Homicide detective J.C. Mosier remembers a violent young woman with no future.
Karla never had a chance to go anywhere but prison. She was destined for prison.
I've got something to show you to make you feel real nice. Black chocolate?
She is set on that path by the one person who should have protected her. Mom.
Her mother was a drug addict, prostitute, who also had a normal square day job, working as a secretary.
You gotta lick it. Lick it? Lick it real good.
For young Carla, there are no boundaries, no rules.
That, my dear girl, is your first joint.
Her teachers had given up on her. Her mom was living her own life, a party life, encouraging Carla to go with her into that lifestyle.
Author Linda Strom would become Carla's close friend.
Carla herself started smoking marijuana when she was 8. So by the time she was 12, she was shooting heroin.
To pay for her addiction, Carla starts working at 14. Again, she follows her mother's lead.
Her mom was her idol, and so her mother began to school her in the art of prostitution.
I'm not really sure anyone can say Carla had a childhood, even a bad one. There's no way a child who's exposed to drug use by their own mother when they're 8, 9 years old, when they're exposed to sexual behavior of adults by their own mother, that girl doesn't stand a chance in life. Not a chance at all.
Carla's mind is a pressure cooker of drugs and abuse, just waiting to blow.
What the hell happened to your face?
When a friend, Sean, is beaten by her boyfriend, Carla takes it personally.
Sean had been telling Carla about Jerry beating on her and treating her bad.
Carla knows all about the alleged abuser, Jerry Dean. They were housemates, but that didn't work out.
Carla and Jerry had had a bad relationship. Allegedly, he had cut up some pictures of Carla and her mom, which really upset Carla, to the point that she had actually hit him, broke his glasses, and cut his eye.
Once again, Jerry Dean is in Carla's sights. Little surprise to former FBI agent Candace DeLong.
Carla had a lot of trouble with men, and this man represented every man she'd ever hated.
Carla wants revenge.
It's time to mess this guy up.
She enlists her boyfriend,
Yeah.
Danny Garrett.
Carla wanted to go over and kick his ass, is what she wanted to do.
The plan is to confront Jerry and steal his motorcycle. But the plan goes terribly wrong.
The axe was right there beside the bed, and she grabbed the axe and it started.
After a wild 3-day party of booze and drugs, most of Carla Faye Tucker's friends have passed out.
Do something about it, Danny. We're gonna do something about it. He's gotta be taught a lesson.
But not Carla and her boyfriend, Danny.
Get it for you, baby.
They're high and plotting revenge.
Gonna do it?
Let's get it, baby.
Let's get it.
She had so many drugs in her system, almost a dozen, which included things like methamphetamine, Dilaudid. She had uppers and downers. This is an enormous number of drugs.
Forensic pathologist Dr. Janice Amatuzio says Carla is in an altered state.
This cocktail would certainly have put her out of her mind.
Their victim, Jerry Dean, has no idea of the approaching storm. He's clashed with Carla before, but this time will be the last.
I think Jerry, as soon as he realized it was Carla, knew he was in a lot of trouble.
What are you doing in here?
Told you I was gonna mess you up.
No, get out of here.
Danny stuns Jerry with a hammer.
Get him, Danny. Get him. Get him good.
They'd come to steal a motorcycle. Now, Carla decides on murder with a brutal weapon.
Carla started swinging the axe on Jerry.
Do you like that, Jerry?
I just think it's an accumulation of booze and drugs and her intense hate for Jerry.
A pickaxe is a heavy instrument. It is used to penetrate deeply, to deliver a large amount of force over a very small area. It's going to cause tremendous crushing injuries, fracturing of bones, tearing and ripping of blood vessels and nerves.
Jerry was struck around 35 times, as I remember.
Carla's frenzy might have ended there. But something moves.
She was hiding under the covers. They didn't know she was there. I'm sure she was just hoping they would finish and go away.
Deborah Thornton is having a one-night stand on the wrong night.
She was just an unlucky person being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
The surprise witness must be silenced.
Deborah first was screaming for her life, and then she was in so much pain, she was screaming for them to take her life.
Deborah Thornton told him, please just kill me and get it over with. And Danny continued to hit her until she was dead. They left the axe embedded in her chest. A horrible, terrible scene of violence. It left a lot of us who had been homicide detectives for quite a while. We were amazed at the brutality of this kind of crime.
But this shocking case proves easy to solve, because Carla is proud of what she's done.
She wanted to cement her reputation among her friends as a badass, as the toughest girl in Houston.
Houston's tough biker crowd give her up to police.
You're like a fish in the ocean. If you open your mouth, you get the hook.
Carla shows no remorse.
She says in this eerie, squeaky voice, hell yes. That was her answer to whether she enjoyed the killings, and that was my answer to whether or not the jury should give her the death penalty.
Convicted of first-degree murder, Carla and Danny are imprisoned on death row. And it's here that Carla's brutal life takes an astonishing turn.
As she read the Bible, something hit her, and she realized for the first time what she had done. It's a genuine radical story of somebody who is like in darkness and walks into light.
I think this was a real conversion. I think she really became a Christian, good person.
He makes me lie down in green pastures.
It was a metamorphosis from what she was to what she became. It was extremely amazing, and in my mind, really true. It happened. She did it. It wasn't phony. I don't think there was a phony bone in her body when she died.
I want to walk arm in arm with you, Jesus. Save my sins. Forgive me my sins, Jesus.
The tough, streetwise hooker becomes, in the eyes of some, an angel.
Everybody loved her. I could introduce you to officers who, when they talk about Carla, will say, my life was never the same after I met her, after I had that encounter. I have to say that too.
The governor is not convinced. After 14 years on death row, the state of Texas will have retribution.
When she was getting ready to go to her execution, she said, "I'm praying that my death will give those who can't forgive me the freedom to forgive so that they're free of this and don't have to spend their whole life dealing with what I've done."
When a burnt-out car is found deep in the forests of Georgia, police smell something strange.
I smell some burning meat. I smell some flesh burning. And there's probably some poachers, you know, they shot a couple of deer and they're in the trunk. The sheriff pops open the trunk, looks down and says, "Those aren't deer, those are human beings."
Both of their bodies were riddled with bullets, many, many more than was necessary to kill them.
They are victims of the deadly revenge of a ruthless woman. Jessica McCord.
She's at the top of the list of the worst people I've ever prosecuted.
The first time Alan Bates kisses Jessica McCord, his life is set on a dangerous course. The easygoing boy from a good family has become her prey.
Jessica sets her sights on this guy, and that's it. That's my golden ticket for life. There's my white picket fence, my long days on the couch watching soap operas while I'm having his babies.
Jessica is soon pregnant. Alan decides to marry her. His family can't believe it.
We never imagined that he would end up with someone like that. Never.
To Alan's brothers, Kevin and Robert Bates, this looks anything but a perfect match.
It definitely feels like she was controlling from the beginning.
If you wanted me, you would have taken that phone call. What the hell's wrong with you? Don't touch me, I said.
She definitely seemed to have, or seemed to assert, a certain control over Alan and his thoughts and what he would want to do and how he would spend his time.
As the years pass, Jessica's behavior gets worse.
Okay, y'all want to pack that up now and start your homework?
We're fine. Jessica was really the instigator of the arguments and the fights.
I said, pack the puppets away and do your homework.
Alan continually wanted to work on things. Alan was a Christian. He was dedicated to this marriage. He was dedicated to raising a good family, no matter what she did to him, it seemed.
I'll just go back to cooking the dinner like I always do, and you can sit down.
But Jessica just couldn't be happy enough.
You can go to your view.
These aren't just mood swings. She suffers from borderline personality disorder and narcissism. Quick to anger, self-obsessed, dangerous. Jessica is the wife from hell.
A combination of somebody with borderline personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder would be someone that would be almost impossible to be around on a daily basis. It would be the classic, it's all about me when it comes to that person.
After years of heartache and turmoil, Alan can see only one way out: divorce.
What the hell? You're not leaving.
Alan really is at his wit's end. He can't take it anymore.
Yeah, you just watch me.
You just watch me then.
She's starting to get violent. She comes at him with a butcher knife one day. And she goes to stab him, and he slams the door, and she, boing, she stabs the door instead.
Divorce is no escape. Instead, it triggers something far worse.
People with Jessica's personality disorders are not the kind of people that are going to be able to sit down with a spouse and work out the issues of a divorce or separation and child custody issues. Not at all. Nothing will make her happy. When she gets what she wants, she'll want more.
Vengeful Jessica declares war on Alan. The children are her weapons.
Jessica really begins to torment this guy with his children, using these children really as pawns in this game of chess.
Author M. William Phelps says Jessica is a master of mind games.
Visits would be planned with his children, and they wouldn't be there. He'd try to call him on a telephone. Jessica would say, you can't talk to him.
He's not coming.
Meanwhile, she turns around and tells the kids, see, he never calls you. He doesn't want to visit you.
Ain't your daddy here yet?
She's a narcissist, and she enjoyed that their life was her stage. And the players in this drama were Alan and those kids. And she had control over it all. That's one thing that Jessica loved to have, and that's control.
You said I'll be able to see the kids.
When a court gives Alan access, she ignores it.
Well, I don't know, maybe next week?
You know.
Nothing that the court said was ever going to influence Jessica's decision to even let him see the girls.
I want to see the kids.
She went as far as to try to change their names and put them in a different school. And then when we found out where they were, then she pulled them out and homeschooled them. And it was all in a kind of a desperate attempt to hide them from him.
The court will not be defied, and Jessica is briefly jailed for contempt. She makes a terrible promise. Someone has to pay.
Whatever Jessica wanted, Jessica was going to get. And if it required murder, that was fine.
My turn to see him, and I'm going to see him.
Alan Bates is a man in trouble.
Don't call him in.
When he divorces his wife, Jessica, he makes a vicious enemy.
It's over a 6-year period of time where in and out of court, he's fighting her for custody, he's fighting her just to see the kids.
Alan makes a fresh start with new wife, Tara.
I definitely feel that Tara was Alan's soulmate. She brought new life back into Alan when she came into his life.
Jessica, I'm sorry, I don't think
Jessica has found someone too.
Of course we can do this. I'm not gonna lose my girls, okay? I'm just not.
In Jeff McCord, she once again has a man she can control.
You know what to do. We've talked about it.
Jeff is the kind of guy who would, if he loved a woman, would believe anything she told him.
Think about it. Think about it.
But Jessica isn't getting on with life.
You're not gonna hit. Talked about it.
She's getting revenge.
Do it for me.
Alan was gonna ultimately get those kids away from her, and she could never allow that. She could not allow him to win.
Is this what you want? Huh?
She has a wicked plan.
Jessica goes to her husband, Jeff, and she says, Jeff, you gotta help me do something. The only way we're gonna get rid of him, because he's such a nuisance in our lives, is if you kill him. And Jeff McCord, a cop, he's a cop. His job every day is to save lives, keep justice, and stop violence. Says, well, we gotta come up with a plan.
A few days later, as planned, Alan and Tara arrive to pick up the children
Hey.
Hey, where are the kids?
Oh, they're inside. The girls
and
want
walk
to-
straight into a death trap.
Come on. Come on, man. Come on.
Alan knew Jessica's violent history. She tried to stab him with a knife one time. I'm surprised, really surprised, he went into her home. I don't think he would have entered that home had it not been the lure that his children were going to put on a show for him.
Okay, y'all want to come downstairs here? Thought it'd be nice to have a little play in the den.
Jessica invites them into the living room and says, sit down on the couch. The kids are upstairs.
Let the girls know you're here.
Kids weren't even at the house at the time. Another lie.
Okay, they won't be long. You know, the girls have actually been quite sick.
Really?
Yeah, so I don't know if it's a good idea to be going out in this weather.
Look, we gotta get going, so...
And Alan is impatient. We gotta catch a flight, we gotta go. What's all this hospitality all of a
Well,
sudden?
Sam's actually been having trouble with her nap. Ain't she?
So Jeff just walks up, pulls the gun out of his back. She falls to the ground. Alan gets up. And he just fires at Alan 4 times. While Jessica sits and watches this murder unfold in front of her eyes, a murder she planned.
According to Chief Deputy District Attorney Roger Brown, the seeds of her appalling crime were sown years before.
She grew up in a broken home. Her mother and father were divorced, and her father was abusive, physically abusive to her and to her mother. He wound up killing a woman in Tennessee. I don't necessarily believe in the bad seed, but maybe she got it.
With 2 bodies in the trunk, the killers make a late-night dash across the state line into Georgia.
They pull the car into a field. They pour the gasoline around the car. They pour the gasoline on the bodies. They pour the gasoline on the seats of the car. Jeff goes over and he lights a paper towel and he throws it in the car. Nothing happens. So then Jessica goes over and takes care of it herself. She lights another paper towel, puts it in there, and it kind of... This car was just engulfed in flames.
Jessica's arrogance will be her undoing.
It is a misconception, as a rule, that you can burn a body by just pouring a little accelerant over it, such as gasoline or diesel fuel, and burning it. Because you see, when we use gasoline or diesel fuel, the temperature gets to 800 or 900 degrees. Temperatures of 1,500 degrees for a period of several hours are required to cremate a body, to reduce it to just ash. And most individuals do not tend to fire for that length of time.
The bodies survive the blaze, along with a bullet and a scrap of paper towel with a distinctive design. Retired Detective Laura Brignac says police find another vital clue.
Fortunately, during the fire, the license plate fell off of the car. And so immediately it was traced back to the Birmingham airport where Tara and Alan had flown into and rented the car.
When investigators find out where Alan and Tara were supposed to be, they close in.
They go to Jessica's house under a search warrant. They find paper towels that match that paper towel. And inside the garage, it came through the wall, they find another bullet that matches ballistically to that bullet found at the Georgia crime scene.
Even under arrest for murder, Jessica McCord is coldly defiant.
She was very cool and collected about it and gave off an impression that I will regain control and I'll win in the end. Jessica McCord is one of the most vicious, cold-hearted criminals that I've ever dealt with.
I've prosecuted hundreds of murder cases, some very mean and bad people. Jessica McCord is at the top of the list because she's truly evil.
Jessica and Jeff are found guilty of murder and sentenced to life. For Jessica, there's no chance of parole. She will die in jail.
This is a very sad story because from the moment Alan met Jessica as a teenage boy, it set his life on a path to destruction.
She took something from our family that was very dear to us for really no good reason. I think that what she did to her kids, to take their father away from them in such a manner, was the cruelest thing. They were truly the most innocent victims in the whole thing.
For some women, the burning desire for vengeance is a dangerous emotion.
Revenge is the #1 motivator of murder. It's a very powerful force.
And deadly revenge can be taken anywhere. Even the lobby of a 4-star hotel.
Clara Harris, by all accounts, is a really wonderful human being. For this one brief moment in her life, she lost it. She was a wild animal.
Clara Harris emigrated from Colombia and found the American dream. College education, marriage to a wealthy dentist, a lavish home. But the dream has a fatal flaw. Her husband, David Harris.
What's this?
It's a salad. I made it for you.
Yeah, but I don't like rocket in my salad.
David Harris was a self-indulgent, egotistical clod. Everything about David was have the best of everything, have the best looking woman, have the best car, have the best house on the block, which they did.
Texan author Stephen Long says that while David Harris seems to have it all, he still wants more. He wants his receptionist, Gail Bridges.
Gail Bridges is a little cutie. She's a pretty good-looking woman herself. So it was a situation where David just wanted it all.
For months, David cheats on Clara Harris, barely covering his tracks.
The affair became quite obvious to the employees in David's orthodontist's office. And one of them eventually went to Clara and told her.
David's affair will become his death sentence.
Hey, Noah.
Where have you been?
I've been out with the guys.
Out with Gail, you mean?
When Clara found out her husband was having an affair, her world ended.
I am your wife! I am your wife!
To lose her husband was to lose everything that was important to her.
Do you love her? Do you love her?
Her standing in the community, how others saw her, everything. And she could not deal with that.
A shattered Clara won't leave her husband. She responds with obsession about her rival for David's love.
She begged him to know about the other woman, demanded that he tell her about the other woman.
According to private investigator Bobby Baca, That request sparks a searing comeback.
And he said, okay, here's the differences. She has a boob job, you don't. She has little feet, you have big feet.
She's got no fat. No fat. She's perfect.
She fits better in bed with me than you do. She's smaller, she's more petite. You're fat, she's not. She basically made him tear her ego down.
For David to tell Clara he was having an affair with another woman was like stabbing her in the heart. But to give her details and compare her to the other woman was like turning the knife. Clara couldn't take it.
With jealous determination, Clara sheds the pounds. But the affair goes on.
Clara was desperate to save her marriage. And she thought, because of things David said, that if she lost weight, if she was prettier, if they made love more often, that would be all it would take. But those are very shallow fixes for a very damaged marriage.
Soon, the damage to her marriage will be complete when Clara takes matters into her own hands.
He tells Clara he's going to break up with Gail, and he takes Gail to bed. He couldn't possibly have been thinking about what Clara would do.
On an upscale Houston street, in a lavish house, a marriage is on the rocks. Clara Harris is becoming desperate.
There's no evidence that Clara has any kind of psychiatric disorder. She had cheating husband disorder. For her, big problem.
Dentist David Harris has been caught having an affair with his receptionist, Gail Bridges. His next lie will turn this once loving wife into a killer.
David told Clara that he was going to meet with Gail and break off the relationship once and for all.
But Clara doesn't trust her husband anymore. She goes to private investigator Bobby Baca.
She said, here's all the case information. He's going to meet her tonight. If you can get close and get recordings of what they're saying. She wanted that.
Bobby puts one of her team on the case. She soon discovers that David Harris has no plans to break up with his lover, Gail.
He went up into a hotel, checked into the hotel. He was with the other woman.
Wait a minute, sexy boy.
And at that point, we just wait for them to come out and video them coming out. And there's no reason why a married man would be alone in a hotel with another woman unless there is adultery.
Oh, I can't believe it. And he lied to me and he's down here. Right, Mom. I'm so sick of it. Mom.
When Clara learns the truth from the PI firm,
I'm so furious.
she snaps.
Just leave it, just leave it.
Enraged, she makes 16-year-old stepdaughter Lindsay phone her father
Daddy, you have to come home. Bradley's sick.
with a lie to lure the lovers out.
All right. Okay.
Good. Thank you very much.
And that is where our story really becomes incredibly violent, because she saw them come downstairs, get out of an elevator, hand in hand. And Clara Harris lost it. Clara attacks Gail and wrestled her to the ground in the lobby of this hotel.
She snapped, flying into a rage, not caring who she hurt or how badly.
It's more than just a struggle. Clara's vengeful fury is shocking.
The fact that Clara attacked Gail, and then once she was pulled off, went back and bit her, she's acting like an animal.
Then, the final humiliation.
David Harris told her, "It's over, Clara. You've blown it, it's over." And he walked out with the other woman.
But it isn't over. This fight is about to enter its final bloody round.
I don't think there was much going on in Clara's mind at the time of the attack. Just needing to destroy the two people who had destroyed her. If she had a gun, she would have shot them right there. If she'd had a knife, she would have stabbed them. She had her hands, she had her teeth, and then she had her car.
Clara guns the car. In her blind anger, she's racing through the parking lot.
She came around. That's when my PI first saw her.
David is escorting Gail around the hotel to the back. David pushed Gail. He did not get out of the way. Clara hit him.
According to my investigator, when Clara's car struck David, his face hit the dash and his teeth were flying everywhere.
There's more horror to come. As Clara turns the car.
And then began this circuitous route of her coming back around to run over him again and again and again. Every time that car went over David Harris, it was like a meat grinder.
From the passenger seat, Lindsay Harris is forced to witness her own father's death.
Clara stopped the car and got out and grabbed David, who was at that time barely breathing. And she picked him up and said, "David, look at what you made me do."
Clara Harris is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years in prison.
I think Clara killed David because David killed their marriage.
After years of belittlement and an ongoing affair, Clara could not be pushed any further.
The only way to end that kind of pain was to kill the source of the pain. It's lucky that Gail wasn't also killed.
The problem is that Clara Harris loved David too much. She loved him to the point that she was willing to kill to keep anyone from having him. Unfortunately, it was David who she was willing to kill.
When these deadly women got angry, they hit back. Carla Faye Tucker couldn't control her explosive vengeance. Jessica McCord took ice-cold revenge on a loving father. And Clara Harris killed in a fit of jealous rage. Feeling betrayed and wronged, payback was brutal and bloody, as they took an eye for an eye. If money makes the world go round, it can also make it stop.
They use sex and seduction to get the wedding ring of the person that has the money.
A serial wife is a serial killer.
The man didn't have to be tortured the way he was tortured.
An exotic dancer becomes a butcher.
How could she do that to the father of her son?
And a church-going lady is addicted to sex and death.
He would have never, ever slept with a gun under his pillow.
With money on their mind, murder is made easy for the fortune hunters. In Steamboat Springs, Colorado, Halloween is still weeks away. But an odd couple are stalking the streets in disguise.
She was seen a couple of times by different people wearing this same disguise.
While it seems like a joke, the intent is deadly. Jill Coit is staking out a kill.
It wasn't an easy death, and it was a very messy crime scene. It had to be horrific for him.
In the tight-knit ski town of Steamboat Springs, Jerry Boggs runs the local hardware store.
Jerry Boggs was a well-established gentleman in the community. Family had been here for a long time, and he had a certain amount of wealth.
Single mother Jill Coit is new to town.
Jill was the kind of person that fit in very well. She was very outgoing, a very friendly persona.
Jill and her sons are renovating a local bed and breakfast. She soon becomes a regular at Jerry's store.
I think when Jill came along, she showed an attraction to him, and that was exciting to him, and he fell head over heels in love with this woman.
Writer Stephen Singular has investigated Jill's past.
When she was young, she was quite attractive. A beautiful, peachy type of complexion, dark hair. She thought she had a little bit of Native American blood in her, and so that was a bit exotic.
The ex-model knows exactly how to grab a man's attention.
She would come on very strong with men. She dressed flamboyantly, she dressed provocatively, she talked a lot, so she made quite a stir whenever she showed up in the room.
Jerry Boggs is overwhelmed by Jill's Southern charm. Within months, the 50-year-old bachelor marries for the first time. But it's a shotgun wedding. Jill has told Jerry she's pregnant.
Honey, look at all the great things I got from the store.
Honey, what are you?
He can't believe his good luck.
And he went out and bought all these books about, having children. He built this nursery. He was enormously looking forward to being a father. So this was a huge event for him.
But Jill Coit's pregnancy is a lie.
Her stomach didn't get any bigger, and they would go places, and he had friends, and the women would come up and say, gee, you sure aren't showing any signs of pregnancy.
Stop it, Maya! There's nothing wrong with me.
How many times you gotta go? I know.
Jerry's brother Doug is getting worried. Jill is growing very interested in the finances of the family business.
Just a minute. That's my hardware store. Exactly.
Doug was disturbed enough by this, I believe, to ask a private detective to start to look into her background.
Look at this. These are divorce papers.
Doug hands Jerry an explosive file on Jill's past.
Jerry had found out that Jill was a massive, massive fraud.
Jill Coit has been married 11 times.
Here was a woman with about 10, 12, 14 aliases. Here was a woman with about the same number of marriages.
Where did you get this stuff? It's all.
Here was a woman who had probably been involved in a number of insurance scams and financial scams.
This one thinks she's untouchable.
She had really gotten away with a lot of criminal behavior.
This woman is dangerous.
Jill saw marriage as a means to an end, a way to get money from men.
And this fortune-hunting bigamist is still married to husband number 7. Shocked to his core, Jerry annuls their marriage. Jill doesn't take it well.
Jerry interfered with her financial plans, which I think is her motive for everything she does, is greed and money. And because Jerry was interfering with those plans, she had to eliminate him.
Okay, what?
It wasn't an easy death. It had to be horrific for him.
Jill Coit is an ex-model. A woman of many faces and many dangers, if you're a man.
Jill saw men as a target of opportunity. And I think she looked for men that had trouble with relationships or even having a relationship.
She was so brazen in her use of her sexuality to attract the attention of men and to manipulate them.
Jill Coit is a skilled fortune hunter.
It would take a very strong man and a man experienced in life, experience with women, to be able to spot what Jill was really all about. Most men couldn't.
Where did you get this stuff?
But her latest husband, Jerry Boggs, has discovered Jill's lies.
Just look at this. I'm telling you, this woman
Distraught, he cuts her out of his life.
Look through this.
Now Jill wants revenge on Jerry. To get it, she tangles a new man in her deadly web. Michael Backus.
She convinced him that Jerry Boggs was a bad person, and she convinced him that the only way to get rid of this bad person is to kill him.
Jill returns to the house she once shared with Jerry Boggs.
Okay,
There was an altercation, stun gun was used, Jerry went down.
I want you to die! Hey! Hey,
He was struck violently. It split his face open from the top of his head down across his face.
Jerry stopped Jill's plans to get his money. Now she will have the final word.
Jill shot him in the back with the .22 caliber pistol.
This man didn't go easy. Jerry Boggs died a very painful death. The man didn't have to be tortured the way he was tortured.
Let's go! Let's go!
Murder's a very drastic measure, but Jill was a very grandiose person. Jill did what Jill wanted to do and thought she could pull anything off.
As local detectives investigate this shocking murder, they discover more of Jill's secrets.
She had been married to men almost all over the United States, and they kept dying.
What are you doing here?
Back in Houston, William Coit was husband number 3.
Well, come on in and make it quick. Seems a little ridiculous to me. I don't understand why you would even consider coming.
William Coit was shot very similarly in the manner of Jerry Boggs. He was shot 3 times in the back with a small caliber handgun and found at the back door of his house.
While Jill is the prime suspect, William Coit's murder is never solved. The death of Jerry Boggs won't fade so quietly.
Let's go! Let's go!
After the murder, Jill makes a fateful phone call.
Jill Coit called her son Seth at the bed and breakfast, and she made a statement.
My baby, it's over, and it's messy.
This time, his mother has gone too far.
When he learned that Jerry Boggs was dead, was absolutely terrified. The last thing he wanted to do was to be involved in this.
Her son's testimony helps close the case against Jill Coit. Found guilty of first-degree murder. She's currently serving life without parole.
I don't believe Jill Coit to this day will even admit that she did this murder. She's a woman without a conscience, and I don't think she's lost a night's sleep over it.
Whatever was in her that keeps the rest of us civilized was not there.
She is a cold-blooded killer. And if we didn't catch her, rest assured she would have killed again. I'd say she's a bad girl.
The vast Arizona desert holds many secrets. Not all of them are meant to stay hidden.
It was very hot, dusty. You could smell the odor in the air. Just a rotten, putrid smell.
October 2004, Phoenix detective David Barnes is called to investigate the contents of a mysterious container.
I remember looking down into the tub and just seeing just a torso and seeing the white flesh of a stomach area of a portion of a man.
The dead man has a story that Detective Barnes will never get over.
How could she do that to the father of her son?
Nowhere. He'll be around this somewhere. There he is. He's the cowboys.
At age 44, Jay Orban thinks he has it all. His business is booming. He has a beautiful son, Noah, and a glamorous wife, Marjorie.
Jay Orban absolutely adored Marjorie. He had a ring designed for her with a large diamond in it. He had bought her a new car. He certainly wanted to ensure that she was living the lifestyle that she wanted.
From the outside, Marjorie seems like a devoted housewife.
She cooked, she baked, she cleaned the house, she did home improvement projects, she cared for her son.
As journalist Shanna Hogan investigates Marjorie Orban's story, she finds a surprising past.
She grew up with ambitions of becoming a professional dancer, and along the way, her life took an X-rated detour, and she found herself stripping.
Marjorie loves having an audience of male admirers.
One of the things she cared most about was being physically desired by lots of men.
Manipulating men is her real skill in life.
She comes across as an attractive lady, very charming, very nice, very sweet, but very manipulative.
She was very good at using others to get what she wanted.
But Marjorie is getting older, and something in her life is missing.
She was able to convince people to give her things, but the one thing that she could never have was a baby.
Then, one night in Vegas, a man from her past appears. Ex-boyfriend Jay Orban has been obsessed with Marjorie for 10 years.
Jay was a businessman. He was a wealthy entrepreneur. And every city he traveled to, he looked for Marjorie.
Desperate for her love, Jay makes Marjorie an offer she won't refuse. Marriage and the baby she wants so badly. But with Marjorie Orban, nothing comes for free.
She made him a bargain. If she would come to Arizona and live with them for 2 years, and if after those 2 years she wasn't pregnant, then she would leave him.
For Jay Orban, it will become a pact with the devil. Years later, Marjorie has the child she wanted, while Noah is the apple of his father's eye.
My birthday boy.
Mom controls his every move.
Marjorie had to have complete control over her son, from what he did to what he looked like. And from an early age, she was actually bleaching his hair blonde to match hers.
You had a great day, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. She didn't like him to have any resemblance to his father.
Marjorie has gotten all she ever wanted from her husband. She doesn't need him anymore.
Marjorie was always talking down about Jay. What a bad person he was, what a horrible lover he was, you know, how disgusting he was.
But to discard him through divorce will leave her broke.
I believe Marjorie was to get about $700 or $750 a month for child custody. That's it.
We estimated that his entire estate was about $1.5 million.
To his beloved wife, Jay Orban is worth more dead than alive.
On September 8th, 2004, Jay Orban came home early from a business trip. It was his 45th birthday, but he never made it inside the house.
Marjorie Orban's husband, Jay, is missing. Instead of grieving, she's having the time of her life.
She immediately started to drain the bank accounts. And she bought a $12,000 piano immediately. She had the house repainted. She bought new patio furniture, new water fixtures for the yard. She was maxing out the credit cards. And also, she was hoarding cash.
That's not all. Within weeks, Marjorie moves on to a new man, Larry Weisberg.
They were living like a family. Like, they had dinners together, they watched movies. She even convinced her son to call him Dad. She believed that she was going to seamlessly take her husband out of the picture and put this new man in her life.
Airbrushing one husband away for another is nothing new for Marjorie.
Marjorie was married 7 times before the age of 34. She lived her entire life perpetually in the honeymoon period of every relationship. She was in these very brief relationships that lasted about 2 years, and when she became bored or dissatisfied, she moved on to her next lover.
Former FBI profiler Candace DeLong has seen this pattern in female fortune hunters before.
Number one, they're above average intelligence, and I do believe Marjorie is of above average intelligence. And number two, there's a certain amount of arrogance about them. They actually believe they can kill their spouse and get away with it.
The night Jay came home, I don't believe he suspected anything was wrong or anything was going to happen to him.
Hello, Marjorie? Honey, what's going on?
Jay was taken by surprise and he was killed instantly.
Now Marjorie's plan turns macabre. She freezes Jay's body and reaches for her toolbox.
She actually was a woman who was very well-versed with tools. Her neighbors would say that when they heard a saw going, they would joke, "Oh, there's Marjorie again with her saws."
When one is using a jigsaw to dismember a frozen body, there will be no smell, and there will be no or very little blood. When one is cutting frozen tissue, it's like going through wood.
To me, this shows an utter disregard, total contempt for the man that he once was. He meant nothing to her. His remains meant nothing to her.
With Jay on ice and the evidence cleaned up, Marjorie has almost committed the perfect murder. But greed is her undoing. She discovers that with no body, there's no insurance payout for another 7 years. Marjorie Orban can't wait that long.
She did what she needed to do. She took part of the remains and she dumped them out there where she knew people were walking through. It was obviously intentional.
Marjorie needs police to find Jay's body. But to a forensic pathologist like Janice Amatuzio, a dead body holds many clues.
The art of identifying tool marks on bone is quite sophisticated. The particular striations or marks on the bone can be compared to a class or a type of pattern of saw blade.
Blades found in Jay Orban's workshop match the marks on his bones. The next piece of evidence helps clinch the case. Marjorie is caught on security camera, buying the same storage containers that Jay's body is found in. Marjorie Orban is found guilty and sentenced to life without parole.
She will spend every day for the rest of her life behind bars. She will be there until her hair turns gray and time has erased all trace of beauty from her face. I think that's the only loss I think Marjorie is actually sad about.
A few years ago, I had to get a post office box because a lot of our mail
Russell Steger is a man afraid.
seemed to be disappearing when she got home first.
Afraid of his own wife.
Now, here's my question. Why every time I turn around is she running off to the post office box?
The high school football coach puts his fears on tape, just in case. But what kind of monster has her husband running scared? Durham, North Carolina, 1988.
Barbara was kind of like the pillar of the community. She was church-going, Sunday school teacher.
To the outside world, Barbara Steger seems a fine, upstanding woman.
She was very active in her church. She was the first one to show up with a casserole or a cake when someone was ill or if there was a death.
Jo Lynn Snow knew the couple, especially Russell. She was his first wife, and they stayed close.
Russ was so full of life, and he loved kids. He loved coaching. That was his real calling in life, was reaching the kids.
Russell's hasty remarriage comes as a shock.
We were divorced on one day, and he married Barbara the next day. So I was a little surprised that he moved that quickly. But he seemed very happy, and I really hoped it would work out for him.
I'm all right.
Barbara Steger is not who she seems.
Darling, where are we going to get the money for all this?
When you're dealing with public, you never know. They present themselves one way, but they're actually another.
She's a woman with dark secrets. One is her addiction to money.
Barbara's sense of self-worth was very much tied to spending money. Unfortunately, she didn't have that money to spend to make her feel good.
Russell can't control his wife's spending.
She was obtaining loans, and she was lying on the loans. She was forging Russ's signature, and then she was getting one loan to pay off another loan. Then she'd get a loan to pay off that loan, and so on down the road.
Lying and stealing aren't Barbara's only sins. In Russell's fearful tape recording, he describes another vice.
When I was coming back through the parking lot, I saw our other car sitting there in the parking lot just alone by itself. I could see two people in the car. Kind of thought that it was my wife, but I couldn't really see that much, so I got closer to it, and sure enough, she was in the car making out with some guy.
Yeah, what's going on? Who is this guy?
He had found her with another man on the day that her grandmother was to be buried. He was just devastated.
she turned it around on me. She said it was because I wasn't giving her enough affection.
Barbara loved men. She was having affairs when she was married to Russ.
It was just a parade of men.
Barbara is addicted to sex.
What does appear to be there is a very, very strong, powerful disorder, anxiety disorder, that was only quelled by momentary sexual encounters, orgasm, and spending money.
Barbara has broken 3 commandments, and Russell Steger thinks there might be a 4th: murder.
She had a former husband who died, and he was starting to really wonder about the circumstances of that husband's death.
Larry Ford was accidentally shot dead in his own bed. Barbara was the only witness.
As he turned to leave, he said, "If anything should ever happen to me, will you promise me that you'll look into it?" And I promised him that I would.
It's a promise she'll soon have to keep. Russell Steger's wife, Barbara, is out of control. She has lied to him, stolen from him, and cheated on him.
He was really questioning who this person was. Who was he married to?
Now Russell is finally unraveling her web of lies. And he's desperate to record his fears.
A few years ago, I had to get a post office box because a lot of our mail that was coming to our house, bills and stuff, seemed to be disappearing when she got home first.
He told me that he would find her sometimes in the middle of the night taking the key off of the keychain.
Why every time I turn around is she running off to the post office box unless there's something inside that she wants to hide?
He knew then that she was pilfering through the post office box, so even that wasn't safe.
Barbara is starting to feel the heat.
She was about to be exposed for stealing and spending excessively once again, and she didn't want him to find out.
But how far will she go to keep a secret? Just before dawn on a winter's morning, Barbara is woken by a mysterious noise.
When first officers arrived on the scene, Barbara told them that she had removed a handgun from under Russ's pillar,
What's happened here, ma'am?
and that while she was removing it, it accidentally discharged.
And it just went off. It was just accidental. And I've said to him...
The problem is, it's an accident she's had before.
And then so I got Russell's gun. Well, you know, he keeps it under the pillow, and I just dragged it.
With her first husband, Larry Ford.
And, you know, it went off.
When we learned about Larry Ford's death, that sent off a lot of signals, particularly when we learned that he was killed under similar circumstances. Same kind of weapon, at his house, happened in the middle of the night, just like Russ. So that raised all kinds of flags.
It's just accidental.
Something about Russell's shooting just doesn't add
In
up.
the house, because, you know, they're really dangerous and everything.
Russ was an expert in firearms. He was in the National Guard.
You know, sometimes they just go off.
He was an excellent marksman. He was a safety fanatic. I knew that he would have never, ever slept with a gun under his pillow.
The police are also skeptical.
The gun, it had two safeties on it. It has a real small trigger guard. It was not a hair trigger. In order to fire that weapon, you have to intentionally insert your finger in the trigger guard and pull the trigger. I don't think there's any way you could accidentally discharge it.
The chances of a woman losing her husband in her own home to an accidental gunshot wound is extremely remote. That it would happen twice to the same woman is mathematically probably impossible.
Barbara's story is falling to pieces. She's now the prime suspect in a murder. And the evidence is tied together by a voice from beyond the grave.
This is Russell Stager. This is January 29th, 1988, and it's 10 of 2.
That tape was made on a Friday afternoon. He was shot and killed the following Monday morning. But to know that he went into that weekend, his last weekend alive, so afraid for his life, it was overwhelming to hear that.
When I was coming back through the parking lot, I saw our other car.
I don't think she thought she was gonna get caught. Why would she? She got away with it once before.
Barbara Stager claims innocence. A jury finds otherwise. Convicted of murder, she's sentenced to life in prison.
I think we've saved a third man, because I think she would have married again, and she would have reverted back to the same thing, because Barbara is a greedy person. She's all about the dollar.
When the trial ended, I spent a day and I went to all of the places where we had lived. And at that point, I said my goodbye to Russ. I still carry him with me. Sometimes I try to enjoy things 2 times, once for me and once for him.
These deadly women paid their way with their lovers' blood. Jill Coit left a trail of husbands and bodies. Marjorie Orban repaid love with a gruesome death. And Barbara Stager hid a world of lies with murder. In their cold eyes, men were just money, the ultimate prey of the fortune hunters. A woman who chooses a life of crime can become a monster.
Her world was kill or be killed. And if you're gonna be a killer, be the best.
A ruthless drug lord sends every rival to the grave.
I'm aware of no one that has ever been responsible for as many homicides and as much violence and as much pain and suffering as Griselda Blanco.
A good time girl lets her bad side take over.
She was a stick of dynamite with a slow-burning fuse, and it was eventually going to blow.
And the queen of thieves kills to keep her crown.
She was kind of like a 1940s version of Charlie Manson.
These deadly women don't play by the rules. They are outlaws. Doing business with an outlaw can have hidden costs.
If you owed her money and you couldn't pay her, you didn't want to pay her, she would kill you. If she owed you money for drugs and she didn't feel like paying you, she'd have you killed.
Anyone that got in her way, anyone that insulted her.
She just didn't care.
I'm thinking if someone accidentally bumped into her on the street, they could be dead too.
Miami, a vacationer's paradise. But in the early 80s, the city is riding a different wave.
Money.
Cocaine.
Cocaine.
$50,000.
It was all money, money, money.
It's the hub of a billion-dollar drug industry.
They just couldn't spend it fast enough.
And America's murder capital.
The bullets were everywhere.
A crime-ridden city.
The cops were just outgunned.
Paradise lost. We had never experienced shootouts with machine guns in shopping malls and shootouts with machine guns in rush hour traffic, but we did experience that with the Colombian drug wars.
Al Singleton lived through those wars as a cop in Miami's homicide division.
Our homicide rate in 1980 went from approximately 300 a year to 600 a year. So life changed dramatically in the early 80s in Miami.
Across the city, ruthless men battle for control of Miami's cocaine trade. But the meanest, richest, most powerful drug lord of them all is a woman. Griselda Blanco, the godmother of cocaine.
I think Griselda rose to the top of the ultra-violent world of drugs because she was the baddest of the bad, and she was a woman.
Before, there had never been a woman with that much power and that much control in the drug business anywhere.
The secret of Griselda's success is a total disregard for human life. Over 100 people are murdered by her hand or her order.
Hey,
How did you go? Okay. Don't mess with me. How did you go?
For every killing carried out by her assassins, she demands gruesome proof.
You did good. Very good.
She had to prove her stature. She had to prove her ruthlessness.
But Griselda does the most personal killings herself.
What are you talking about, Griselda?
She gained the nickname of the Black Widow because she had some of her husbands killed when either they disagreed with her or wouldn't do things she wanted. It was not a wise decision to be married to Griselda Blanco.
Griselda Blanco's violent rise to the top of the drug world begins at the very bottom.
She started in Colombia. She came from a very poor family, had a very rough childhood, was prostituted over there.
¿Entendiste, señorita? ¿Le haces caso?
Raised in a slum, she's treated as a commodity to be bought and sold.
No, no quiero. Váyase, por favor. Váyase, por favor. No, 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 no.
Age 16, she uses forged documents to escape to the United States.
She decided to stop being the victim and become the victimizer, and that worked out well for her. It didn't work out for very many people that met her, though.
Watching Griselda's rise to infamy was Miami cop Nelson Andrew.
Things just fell into place for her, and she became the number one in South Florida and Colombia.
Griselda orders murders as readily as other businesses order stationery. But one killing will shock even hardened cops. It begins when Griselda puts out a contract on one of her own hitmen, Chucho Castro.
Once they determined where Chucho had been living, they surveilled the house. They saw his car leave the garage of his home one day. They decided to follow it.
But the killers don't know that Chucho is not alone.
They did not see the fact that in the front seat of the car next to the driver was his son.
Miami, 1982. A city under siege in the cocaine wars.
Working Friday and Saturday nights was the hot time. It was going sometimes homicide to homicide. And the greater majority of them were drug-related.
Of all the murders, one leaves a terrible mark. Chucho Castro is taking a drive with his son, Johnny. He's unaware he's the target of a contract hit, ordered by the godmother of cocaine, his boss, Griselda Blanco.
The van pulls alongside of them. They slide the door of the van open, and they start machine gunning the car.
Incredibly, the bullets miss Chucho. His son, Johnny, is not so lucky.
He, of course, was hit, and that's how Johnny Castro was killed. Once he escaped, realized his son had been killed, he drove back home. Really didn't know what to do. He couldn't call the police because he was wanted himself. Took the baby back home. Put ice in a bathtub. Put the baby in the bathtub to preserve him. Spent the night crying with this baby.
Meanwhile, the hitman Rivi fears he could pay for the mistake with his own life.
Do not bring me bad news.
It was very close.
No close, no close. What's the matter? No, you listen to me. You stupid.
Look at the little son. It was an accident.
You got the boy.
See.
You got the little chiquito.
See.
This is fantastic.
Even a cold assassin like Rivi is shocked by Griselda's reaction.
Griselda had no feelings whatsoever for the fact that the life of an innocent 2-year-old child was taken because of her order.
You shot the little boy.
I don't understand.
It's just a heartbreaking story. And when you think about what a shame it was that this baby had been killed, and the glee that Griselda took in the fact that they were successful in killing this baby, you know, words can't describe how evil this is.
Criminal profiler Candace DeLong believes the seed for this evil was planted in Griselda's childhood.
Griselda grew up in poverty, her mother turning her out as a prostitute, her mother's boyfriends raping her. I don't think there was anything bad that didn't happen to this woman.
Cruelly abused as a child, Griselda grows up to become the cruelest abuser of them all.
Griselda's upbringing was extremely violent, neglectful, and depraved. That ended up being the very world she became queen of.
But in the mid-1980s, Griselda's empire comes crashing down.
At your job!
Her hitman, Rivi, is arrested and decides to testify against her. It looks like the godmother is headed for death row. But Rivi is deemed an unreliable witness, and the woman linked to dozens of murders takes a plea bargain in return for just 20 years in prison.
There is no one that deserves to be on death row more than Griselda Blanco. The fact that our case fell apart because of witness problems, to this day, enrages me.
Griselda Blanco is released in 2004 and deported to Colombia. Today, her exact whereabouts are unknown.
The fact that she has not been killed in retribution by some of her enemies, I will never understand. But that's apparently the situation, and that's just the way it is. And apparently she's living large in Colombia as we speak.
Griselda's world was kill or be killed. And if you're gonna be a killer, be the best. And she was.
Darkness, an outlaw's favorite accomplice. A time to stalk the unwary and the vulnerable.
She was sitting in her suburban San Fernando Valley home she was reading a mystery book. She felt safe there.
Tonight, lonely widow Mabel Monahan will become a character in a real-life murder mystery.
And into her house comes this just whirlwind and this violence.
Well, this was the most brutal offense that I can recall in my 30 years of tenure.
In 1953, Detective Harry Strickland was called to this house in Burbank, California. What he found has haunted him ever since.
An aged lady laying on the floor, beaten about the head, her hands tied behind her back, and blood everywhere. Hard to believe that anybody could do that to an old lady.
Mabel Monahan is dead, her home ransacked. But there are no clues to suggest why or by whom.
A search of the home didn't reveal any prints of sufficient value.
To find Mabel's killers, cops will need to leave the quiet streets of Burbank behind and enter LA's criminal underbelly. A world that good-time girl Barbara Graham calls home.
Barbara Graham was a very attractive woman. She was very pretty on the outside.
Hello, boy.
But she was utterly amoral. And she used to go out to where the sailors were, by one of the Navy yards.
Like many girls in the dockside bars, Barbara turns tricks for cash.
The sailors called them seagulls because they flocked around the camp just like seagulls do, you know, at the beach.
A prostitute with a heroin habit, Barbara lives on society's fringe. She's never known any other life.
Well, Barbara was an outlaw from the very beginning. She had grown up very tough, very unloved. Her mother, Hortense, was such a venomous, vitriolic, horrible woman.
As a young girl, Barbara is abandoned by her mom. When she tries to return, she is repeatedly rejected.
Hortense told Barbara when she was a little girl, you're going to be bad. You're just born to be bad.
Don't you talk to me like that! I'm your daughter! I want to see your kid!
LA crime writer John Gilmore believes Barbara's abandonment sealed her fate as an outlaw.
I mean, she was deserted from when she was a child. Literally, figuratively deserted.
Barbara grows up to be just what her mom said she would be. A bad girl who's about to get even worse.
Barbara's background as a young girl had a lot to do with the woman that she became.
Barbara keeps the scars from her childhood well hidden, but they are looking for a way to get to the surface. Then she meets Jack Santo and Emmett Perkins.
And these were just, these were just really the LA lowest scum that you could possibly think of.
Career criminal Perkins' latest scheme is a robbery based on a rumor.
The rumor had been around for years, actually. You know, there'd been a number of groups saying, so what's new? And, oh, yeah, that old lady in Burbank, she's got a safe full of maybe 200 grand or something like that.
But to reach the cash, they have to get inside the house. That's where Barbara comes in.
And they knew that this old lady, or they had heard, she would not open a door at night to any strangers, or especially men. She might open the door to a woman, so they're backing and counting on that.
To these small-time crooks, Barbara seems the perfect partner in crime. But she's unstable. Behind her seductive eyes is an emotion that's been bottled up for a lifetime, a hatred she is powerless to control.
She was like a stick of dynamite with a slow-burning fuse, and it was eventually going to blow.
In 1950s Los Angeles, an outlaw emerges from the shadows. Lonely widow Mabel Monahan has an unexpected visitor.
She wasn't a kind of person who was inclined to open the door for a stranger.
Hello? Hello, can I use your phone, please?
But Barbara Graham was a very attractive woman. And she sure cleaned up really well. And that's how she presented herself to Mrs. Monahan.
But Barbara's sweet face masks a sinister intent.
Can I use your phone, please? My car is broken down outside. I just need to make a phone call really quickly.
Lurking out of sight are three thieves, Barbara's partners in crime.
Mrs. Monahan was still not immediately convinced, but she finally relented and let Barbara in.
I'm sorry, I don't like the dark very much. Okay, here.
And that was it.
I don't think that Mabel Monahan had any chance whatsoever.
Barbara pistol whipped her. That could not possibly have been necessary. That was venting rage and fury on that poor woman.
You are a terrible mother!
The rage is born of a hatred for her abusive mother, Hortense. For years, Barbara hides her anger behind a carefree facade, until she finally lets it explode on Mabel Monahan.
I personally feel that Barbara was attacking every female of authority that she's ever dealt with her entire life.
Social historian Joan Renner believes murder was not part of the plan that night.
I don't think that's what was intended. They thought there was a safe there, they wanted the money. The idea was to get in, get the safe, and get out.
But Barbara's gone rogue. Her gang find her midway through murder.
What happened? What's it say?
She was not supposed to have done that. That wasn't part of the plan.
What the hell's going on?
Shocked, Perkins and Santo begin a panicked search for the safe.
They ransacked the entire house, pulling everything out of everywhere.
Listen, find this. Find it. Look everywhere.
Meanwhile, the old lady was on the floor bleeding and her head cracked open. And she wasn't dead yet, so Barbara ran into the other room and got a pillowcase.
No, please, no.
She stuffed a pillowcase over the lady's head, and then they ripped up a sheet and Santo had part of the sheet around the woman's neck and was strangling her.
Shut up!
The noise alerts the fourth member of the gang, safecracker Baxter Shorter.
What the hell?
Baxter saw Mabel Monahan on the floor, bleeding profusely from her head. He could see her bleeding through the pillowcase. And he said, this is bad. This is not good at all. This wasn't supposed to go like this. I don't want any part of this. We have to get help. The rest of them were not interested. They just wanted to get out of there.
It's not safe. We're out of here. We're out of here. We're going. Well, hey, you cannot leave her like this. Hey, you cannot leave her like this.
Before he leaves, Shorter grabs a utility bill containing Mabel's address so he can call her an ambulance.
He went to a phone booth. He called it in, but the dispatcher got the address, but Baxter Shorter was so upset that he didn't say that the house was in Burbank. And they couldn't find an address like that in LA. And so no one went out. And her body wasn't found until a couple of days later.
With no fingerprints at the scene, police have no leads. Then an informant comes through with a name. Baxter Shorter.
Well, Baxter Shorter had decided that he would come clean if he got a good deal, if he, to let him go.
Baxter gives up the names of the gang to save his own skin. It will have the opposite effect. Baxter Shorter is last seen being forced into a car, driven by Barbara Graham.
He was taken out somewhere in the desert, never to be seen again. They never found him. Not a trace, nothing. He was declared legally dead 7 years later.
This second murder doesn't cover the gang's tracks for long. Within days, they are arrested at their LA hideout. In court, Barbara's pleas for mercy fall on deaf ears.
She even said at her trial, she told the prosecution, haven't you ever been desperate? Don't you understand what that is? And nobody there could relate to that because nobody had had her life.
So they're all found guilty of murder in the first degree, all sentenced to death. That was the conclusion to the trial.
There's only one man alive who can truly judge if that sentence was justified. Former detective Harry Strickland.
Having seen the brutal murder committed by Barbara Graham, her sentence to death for doing this horrific crime was well-deserved.
She lived as an outlaw, and now Barbara Graham would die as one. Her last words, good people are always so sure they're right.
Barbara's last comment shows her contempt for that part of society and how apart from it she was.
It's just before midnight when store owner Leland Cash begins his journey home.
It was closing time for this little hamburger shop that was by Golden Gate Park.
But the streets of San Francisco can be dangerous.
Stop. What's in there? Give it to me. Give me the parcel. Give it to me.
The gunman is Albert Ives, the driver of the getaway car, Bobby Sherrard.
They believed in robbing gas stations, barbecue carts, small restaurants, rolling drunks. They're totally petty crime.
Tonight's target reacts in an unexpected way.
Give it to me. Give me the parcel. Give me your wallet.
The proprietor, he reached into his pocket. Elbert thought he was going for a gun. And shot him in the stomach and left him to die in their parking lot outside of the hamburger shop.
Leland's dying hand doesn't hold a weapon. It's a hearing aid.
He had reached into his pocket because he was deaf, and he was turning up the volume on his hearing aid. They just panicked and ran.
Come on, Bobby, let's go. Let's go right now.
For these panicked crooks, a bad night is about to get worse.
I was there in the car, and he was meant to go rob the guy, just like you said.
When they tell their boss.
I heard this bang, and I saw a flash. We killed the guy.
Her name is Juanita Spinelli, and they've broken her golden rule.
She was a stone-cold psychopath who had no use for anybody other than what she could get out of them.
She was cold-hearted. She was the Duchess.
In Depression-era San Francisco, a woman provides a home for the downtrodden and the desperate.
They were all juvenile delinquents. They were all pretty young guys, came from broken homes.
Head of the household is Juanita Spinelli, the woman they call the Duchess.
You want some liquor, boy? Go, you give him some liquor. Oh, what about me? You wait your turn, boy. Sit down.
Juanita was a mother figure to these men, even to a point of cooking the meals like Mom would cook at the stove for the family, cleaning, very much as if she was their mother.
All right, you are going to steal this.
Juanita dispenses more than motherly care.
I'm walking down the street, a little lady, you're going to take it without me feeling a thing. Bobby, you fool! I felt every moment of that.
Miss Spinelli ran a crime school
You show them how to stop.
so that she basically produced professional criminals.
I'm a walking down the street, I'm a lady.
These were crimes to make money.
She smiles at me, she takes the watch. Do you see how that's done?
The Duchess's rule mixes authority with feigned affection.
Gypsy, my sweetie, you did that just right. Gypsy.
Juanita was probably pretty charming. Most sociopaths are. They're good with words, they're good manipulators of people, they play up to people, they make them feel important, and that's how they develop bonds, and people follow them.
The gang's secret weapon is Juanita's daughter, Gypsy. Her seductive wiles are a potent honey trap.
She would come up to a drunk man, put the moves on him.
What's your name?
The gang would jump him and they'd take his pants. And that was the thing that they did a lot back then because it was embarrassing. The cop would just laugh at him, you know, just go on home in your boxer shorts.
You whore!
Crime writer David Kolchak says while the gang took all the risks, Juanita Spinelli reaped the rewards.
She was able to trick these young men into doing her dirty work,
Watch it. Everybody.
handing over cold hard cash
Albert, over here, boy. What'd you get?
instead of keeping it themselves for a $10 a week allowance.
What else? Come on, you must have something more. A wallet. Let's see what he's got in here.
The Duchess rules using just one law: no serious crimes.
She didn't believe in pulling off big crimes, like robbing a bank or a jewelry store. She believed in nickel and diming. She said that they'll never get caught if they nickel and dime.
Murder is no petty crime. Killing Leland Cash breaks the Duchess's golden rule.
We killed the guy.
The Duchess was furious that there was bloodshed, that violence happened, and that she knew that the police were going to be in on it now that somebody was murdered.
He didn't have to die, right? He could have been bleeding there for hours. He could still be there.
And this career criminal can spot another danger.
But he didn't have to die. And what are the police going to say, huh?
Bobby's loose lips.
He could still be there, bleeding and dying. Right?
Robert Sherrod was only 18 years old, and he was just basically a kid. He was a kid that should have been, you know, at the soda shop stand with his girlfriend in his dad's borrowed car. But instead, he was in this life of crime, and he got in way too deep.
What's going to happen? I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to die.
The youngster's conscience is killing him.
Juanita saw him as the weak link in the group and feared that because he wasn't handling the robbery very well, that he might shoot his mouth off to the police and expose all of them. And she couldn't take a chance on that.
The Duchess knows her outlaw family is threatened.
Okay now, Bobby.
To keep it together, she'll do the unthinkable. In 1940s California, crime school boss Juanita Spinelli is losing patience with one of her students. Bobby Sherrod is running off at the mouth about a murder, making him a liability.
The Duchess was afraid that Robert was going to go to the cops.
Pour Bobby another drink.
I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to die.
Bobby.
She was also afraid that if he got caught by the cops for some other crime, that he would spill his guts about that crime.
It's okay now, Bobby.
We could have made sure he wasn't dead.
So she decided that he had to die.
The Duchess flips from mother figure to murderer, mixing whiskey with a powerful chemical, chloral hydrate. It's a drug familiar to forensic pathologist Janice Amatuzio.
Chloral hydrate is a prescription medication, and it's usually used to cause people to go to sleep. Sometimes individuals will place chloral hydrate in alcohol, and this is called a Mickey Finn, also known as knockout drops.
The Mickey Finn was invented in San Francisco in bars. They would give them to sailors that just came off ships, and then they would Shanghai them.
In high doses, chloral hydrate can also kill.
What do you mean, no? He only shot him in the gun.
Relax, Gypsy.
The trust Bobby has for his boss is about to be supremely betrayed.
Have another drink.
The Mickey Finn takes rapid effect.
Why are you looking at me like that?
The alcohol potentiates or accelerates the effect of chloral hydrate. An individual may know that something is wrong in five minutes or more.
Why are you laughing?
They're going to start to feel sleepy.
Hey, what's happened?
And then they'll start to feel excessively drowsy.
What have you done to me?
They will usually rapidly lose consciousness, and sometimes will just simply collapse.
So immediately the gang beat him up while he was unconscious. They just totally jumped him and just wailed on him.
This is what we do to squeal us.
If that was out of pure anger because he was messing up with the plan or they were just all psychopaths, no one knows.
Get that over here, come on! First, drop him, get him in! Come on, hurry up! Good, witness!
Juanita wants to make Robert's death appear accidental.
They took him to a river, took off his normal daytime clothes, placed him in swimming trunks, and then took him up on a bridge and threw him off the bridge into the icy waters below. When his body was discovered, they had hoped that the discoverers would think that he had died swimming.
But Bobby's corpse will tell a different story. He was dead before he hit the water.
He got caught up on some pie leaks, and he was found the very next day. They did an autopsy on him, and they saw that he had no water in his lungs, so they knew that he didn't drown, and he was possibly a murder victim.
Wanted for 2 murders, the killers go on the run. But Juanita has broken her own golden rule, and with it, breaks the outlaw bond her gang once shared.
If I were a member of the gang, I'd be wondering who's next.
Albert Ives has a hunch it's him.
Albert wasn't as dumb as everyone thought. He knew that his time was going to be up, and he knew just how violent they could be. So they stopped for gasoline and, have a little pit stop there, and he was walking back to the car, and he heard them talking about a 700-foot cliff. So he turned around, ran through this restaurant, ran right through the kitchen, and out into the woods.
An hour later, near Truckee, Nevada, Juanita Spinelli and the remains of her gang reach a police roadblock.
It's a mountain road, so there's no way they can get off.
Now, everyone just keep quiet. Let me do the talking.
So they pulled them over, and the Duchess tried to bat her eyes and act like she was just a grandmother.
Juanita's charms won't work this time. The Duchess has been betrayed by one of her own.
Albert told them everything. They searched the car, found guns, they found stolen merchandise in the trunk, and they handcuffed her right there.
Once this queen of crime inspired devotion from her subjects. Now they join forces to bring her down.
When the gang members go into the witness stand, they end up pointing at Juanita Spinelli, saying she was the one that came up with the idea. She is the one that came up with this murder. She is the motive force behind this murder. She is guilty.
And the Duchess was the first woman to be put to death in San Quentin's gas chamber.
The cruel reign of the Duchess comes to an end with a bitter taste of her own medicine.
The Duchess ruled her family with an iron hand, but the fatal flaw was believing that she could make no mistakes. When mom hurts a child, all the other children have nothing to think other than, well, if she did that to him, what might she do to me? Which is exactly what happened and what led to her demise.
Bye-bye, Bobby.
These deadly women scarred society with their lives of crime. Griselda Blanco made Miami's streets a war zone. Barbara Graham betrayed a lonely widow's trust. And Juanita Spinelli turned needy kids into killers. They reaped crime's rewards, but paid society's ultimate price, cast out or killed as outlaws. What makes a woman fall under the spell of a dangerous man?
I think the average person, when asked to commit murder, would not do it.
A long-term debt must be repaid in blood.
Fred says, well, I need you to do me a favor. You need to kill her for me.
An unhappy housewife is brainwashed to murder.
She was on the ground begging for her life. I'm sure she was about as scared as one could be.
And a child is sacrificed for a twisted love.
It was a nightmare, and you hoped you'd wake up, but the nightmare was always there.
These women became easy prey for a powerful man, turning deadly under his control. Sometimes the strangest things get into a woman's head.
She simply wasn't considering the consequences.
She surrenders to passion and to faith. And before long,
Brian explained it would be sort of a merciful thing to do.
there is no turning back.
He needed somebody else to do this to put her out of her misery.
It's a real enigma that someone so normal could commit such an act.
It's 1990 in Colorado Springs. Jennifer Reale is wishing she never married her soldier husband, Ben. He's strict, controlling, judgmental.
You been using that gym membership I got you?
Yeah, why?
Your ass looks like Jell-O.
What do you expect after you've had 2 kids?
Her husband was emotionally abusive, always denigrating what she was doing. She never could do anything good enough, well enough for him.
Been going to the gym twice a week.
It's not showing.
She was not living the life that she had intended for herself. She had sacrificed her dreams and had become this army wife.
Give me those.
They're not done.
I don't care.
She felt trapped, and she was not living up to her potential, and I think that created a huge frustration within her.
Jennifer's misery will soon have company.
Hi, mind if I join you?
His name is Brian Hood, a dashing 30-something with a sad story of his own. His wife, Diane, has an immune disease called lupus. She needs constant care.
He was very disappointed that his wife had lupus. She wasn't the same person that he married.
I sell life insurance.
Jennifer and Brian hit it off.
Brian Hood lit a spark in Jennifer's life that she hadn't felt for a long time.
That spark erupts a month later when Jennifer is home alone. Brian makes a house call to sell her insurance, but ends up with a better deal.
Sorry.
No, you're right.
Jennifer is torn between pent-up passion and family responsibilities. She has 2 children who need her.
I hate to ask, but an iron I can borrow.
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh.
But she has her own needs, too.
The first time Jennifer and Brian had intimate relations in her home, Jennifer was swept away. There was no returning.
The couple give in to their passion in the laundry room. For the first time in a long while, Jennifer Reale feels the warmth of a loving man.
Sexual arousal, affection, excitement, and he praised her. He lavished her with compliments, and in doing so, criticized her husband.
This would be no ordinary affair. According to Brian, it was sanctioned by God.
We're not one in the eyes of God.
What Jennifer didn't realize is that Brian was not only as dominating as her husband, but worse.
In the coming months, Brian will use religion to plant ideas in Jennifer's mind.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. When I say unto you that whosoever will lust after, I say unto you that whosoever shall put away his wife, and whosoever shall let flee with no man, so righteous.
He presented a picture of them being able to live happily ever after with their collective 5 children if both of their spouses were removed from the picture.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
To Jennifer, it's an attractive idea. But there's one thing in the way. Brian's sick wife, Diane.
It would be so much easier for him if his wife simply died.
The cause of fornication causeth her to commit adultery.
Brian suggests a mercy killing.
Right life, wrong woman.
Part of the way that he convinced her was to use these Bible passages to convince her that it was God's will that Diane should die and that Jenny should relieve her of her suffering.
Jennifer is being asked to murder. Somehow, in her mind, she's starting to feel it's the right thing to do. For the victim, for her new lover, and for God.
Right life, wrong woman.
That's my first experience with anybody using the Bible to manipulate somebody to do a cold-blooded murder. Especially when the Bible says you shall not kill.
Soon, Jennifer will defy the Bible and her instincts. Disillusioned housewife Jennifer Reale is having a steamy affair with insurance salesman Brian Hood. But they're plotting more than illicit liaisons.
All the medication is doing is just prolonging her suffering. I can't stand being around her any longer. I think the best thing for all of us would be if she would just die.
Brian is convincing his lover that God wants to take his sick wife, and Jennifer should do the taking.
Brian Hood manipulated Jennifer Reale into doing this by using biblical phrases, trying to convince her that it was okay to kill for the purpose of putting Diane out of her misery, and that if she repented afterwards, she would be fine.
It's simply putting a woman out of her misery. It's what God wants.
She, I believe, had been beaten down by her husband and then by Brian Hood to the point where she probably didn't have control of her own volition. She felt under tremendous pressure and just wanted to get whatever was going to happen over with.
Eventually, Jennifer surrendered to the plan that Brian had developed.
The plan is for Jennifer to jump Diane Hood when she leaves a community center meeting. Brian wants it to look like a robbery gone wrong.
You will then run at her and attempt to snatch her back. When she resists, you will shoot her twice. There's got to be 2 shots. She's got to be dead.
She changed into army fatigues, some of which belonged to her husband, some of which she had purchased, and a ski mask. And she waited till 8:30 till the meeting let out.
I can't believe how well you do. Oh, thank you. I'm feeling much better. The doctor says I'm almost normal. What's your secret? Take it, it's yours. I've been shot.
She was on the ground begging for her life. I'm sure she was about as scared as one could be. Jennifer stood directly over her, cocked this single-action .45 automatic, and fired the second round, subsequently killing her.
She shot her twice because she had been told, you must shoot twice to make sure that Diane was dead.
The crime snaps Jennifer back to reality.
The next morning, she woke up and realized what she'd done. She was horrified by what had happened. And she's told us that it was like awakening from a deep sleep.
And it was very soon after that Jennifer confessed to the crime in full.
No. Do you want to tell me what happened?
Jennifer tries to explain why she took an innocent life. No one in the family can believe it.
I was very surprised when I learned what Jenny had done because it was so far out of character. When I learned about the coercive manner in which Brian dealt with her, it began to make sense. And when I learned that she had confessed to her horror that she had done it, that made sense to me. That's who I thought she was.
Jennifer's testimony helps convict Brian Hood. He claims innocence, but is found guilty of criminal solicitation and murder conspiracy. He's sentenced to 37 years. Jennifer is found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life. Her father will spend the next 20 years trying to understand.
I have between 13 and 14 feet of bookshelf, and I've read every one of them. Every kind of psychology you can think of. I just needed to learn how this could have happened.
His conclusion: persuasion can be a murder weapon.
Coercive persuasion. And a great many salespeople avail themselves of this method. And frequently they are, like Brian was, a psychology major in college.
I think Jennifer Reale, had she never met Brian Hood, probably would never have killed anybody.
at an exclusive school in an upscale suburb of Kansas City. A young student is about to leave early.
He was just a very sweet-looking child that was very easy to be around.
But this is no ordinary boy.
Robert Greenlees, the father of the boy, was said to be one of the 10 largest shareholders of General Motors.
And this is no ordinary woman.
Hi, Bobby.
Bonnie Hetty didn't seem to have a moral compass.
6-year-old Bobby Greenlees is not going home. Ever.
People didn't trust ever quite as much after that, and I'm sure that they locked their doors. I know my family did.
It's 1953, and post-war America is booming. As for Bonnie Hetty, she's turning tricks for $20 a time in her attic when she's not drinking.
She serviced 150 men over 2 or 3 years. And all was going well until she met a man named Carl Austin Hall.
Bonnie has one failed marriage behind her. But Carl, 10 years younger, looks like a real catch.
Oh, is that all you come in here for, my money?
No. Bonnie was Carl in female form, and Carl was Bonnie in male form.
Well, then.
Not all.
With a lot in common, they click from the first day.
They both came from money. They both squandered it. They both became alcoholics, which was a huge part of their life.
Need more liquor, baby doll?
Yeah, will you get me some cigarettes?
And of all Bonnie's tricks,
You're a good girl.
Carl is the only one who wants to stay.
When Carl Austin Hall turned out to be the man who really warmed up to her after meeting, within 2 or 3 days, he moved in with her.
Author John Hedenry says Bonnie is easy prey for a manipulating man.
He sizes her up instantly as, you know, somebody who's not going to give him a lot of trouble, who's pliable, who's a drunk, and who will do what he wants her to do.
Carl once had a rich inheritance and spent it all. Now he has a plan to take someone else's family fortune. 6-year-old Bobby Greenlees will be Carl's new meal ticket.
Greenlee's family owned Cadillac distributorships in Kansas and all through the Southwest. Robert Greenlees was said to be one of the 10 largest shareholders of General Motors.
Ready to hit the road? Yes, sir. Great. You can drive today, okay?
Little Bobby means everything to his aging father.
Give me a kiss.
A lot of people were quite aware of the fact that Mr. Greenlees was quite old when Bobby was born, and that Bobby was sort of the apple of his eye.
Pat Lidzenich went to school with Bobby Greenlees in the 50s. It was an innocent time.
Kansas City was an easy town in which to be a child. You felt totally safe. You could ride your bike anywhere, take the streetcar or the bus. People didn't lock their doors.
That innocence will let Carl and Bonnie
What am I
make a
missing?
killing.
$1 million is too much for one man to carry.
So how much now?
$600,000.
in 10s and 20s.
He wants to hold little Bobby for ransom, but he needs a woman to make the kidnap.
Okay. I'll do it.
You'll do it?
I'll do it.
Bonnie falls for it. It will be a brazen kidnapping in broad daylight. At Bobby's school, the French Institute of Notre Dame.
Bonnie Brown Hetty came to the front door and told the nuns that Mrs. Greenlease had suffered a heart attack on the plaza and that she wanted to see Bobby and that she was his aunt and he was to go with her.
Bonnie is in luck. The principal, who may have challenged her story, is unavailable that morning.
The woman was neither the principal nor the sub-principal, but a humble nun who spoke very poor English. After she heard the story that Bobby's mother had had a heart attack, she of course believed it.
In the well-mannered world of little Bobby Greenlease, even a stranger is obeyed.
Well, he didn't recognize the aunt, but he didn't show that he didn't recognize her. He just put his hand in her hand and went with her.
Bobby's classmates will never see him again.
Now we've got little Bobby.
Virginia Greenlease and her husband, Robert, have shocking news.
Is he all right?
Their 6-year-old only son has been abducted from school. The kidnappers demand $600,000 for his freedom. At that time, the biggest ransom in U.S. history.
Please, just want you to know that we'll do anything, whatever it takes.
Good, good. Thank you, Mr. Green.
Carl Hall and Bonnie Hetty have chosen the perfect target. The rich parents are ready to deal.
We just want our boy back. Please don't hurt him.
Robert Greenlease and his wife were willing to give $600,000, the equivalent of $10 million in today's money, to this kidnapper, whoever he was. And they would go along with everything. They did not want the police to get involved in the least.
The Greenleases believe their money will save their only son. But Bonnie and Carl won't be keeping their side of the bargain.
I don't think my dog will ever be as big as your boxer.
Really? Well, how big are his paws? Because, you know, you can tell how big a dog is going to get by the size of its paws.
After driving to a clearing, with Bonnie's dog as comfort for little Bobby, it's time for part 2 of the plan.
Where are you going?
I'm just going to take Chloe for a walk. You stay here with Carl, okay?
Seemed so strange to me that somebody that could care enough to have a dog with them and obviously care for a dog could do something as heinous as murdering this little boy.
Carl thinks Bobby will give them away if he's returned alive.
Come on, Chloe, let's go for a walk. You stay here with Carl, okay?
Bobby fought back rather vigorously, and Hall, in frustration, threw the rope away and reached for a .38 revolver. And he threw Bobby down into the floorboard of the car and held him there with his hand, and he fired once. And he missed. The bullet went through the floorboard. Hall punched him and knocked out 3 teeth, front teeth. which briefly stunned Bobby enough for him to take aim and fire the second shot. The bullet went right through Bobby's brain, splattering blood and brain tissue all over. It was a mess, a brutal murder scene.
The bloody murder of a 6-year-old doesn't seem to shock Bonnie. Whatever instincts she has for children vanish with her first marriage. She wanted a family once, but her first husband doesn't.
She got pregnant not once or twice, but 11 times. And each of those 11 times, her husband forced her to have an abortion.
It is then Bonnie starts drinking.
It's too early for you to be drinking. Yeah?
Perhaps to dull the pain.
And what have I got to live for?
Bonnie wanted children very badly, but had one abortion after another. And then eventually said she became to hate the idea of children. I'm guessing that was nothing more than a defense mechanism to help her deal with the fact that she had allowed herself to have 11 abortions.
Now, Bonnie's scarred psyche is under the control of Carl Hall.
1, 2.
Cruelly, they string along the distraught parents.
They kept getting these ransom notes. So we kept thinking that, you know, he would come back safely at some point. And as it happened, of course, he didn't.
The Greenleases pay the ransom and wait for their son. He never shows. Bonnie and Carl go on the run with the ransom. Then one morning, Carl disappears.
After Bonnie had served her purpose in the kidnapping, Carl dumps her. He leaves her drunk in a hotel room with a couple $1,000s and takes off.
Carl goes on a drunken spending spree that attracts police attention. Under pressure, he confesses everything and leads police back to Bonnie and a tiny grave under a flower bed in her backyard.
He was a very trusting child. That's exactly how Hetty described him afterwards. That he just took my hand. He was a very trusting child.
Both are convicted of murder. Bonnie Hetty and Carl Hall will die side by side in the gas chamber.
You know, they're strapped in and they're blindfolded. The very last words that they spoke was, Hetty says, "Carl, I love you." And he said, "I love you too."
What will make one woman kill another?
She's not a violent person, never was, no history of violence.
Money?
She was in way too deep to get out of it.
Sex?
He wanted them to have sex with one another, Dawn and Susan.
Fear?
She was really, really worried about her son, that Fred was going to do something to the son.
Or all three?
The lives of two women were ruined because they could not stand up to this one evil man.
A deal is going down in upstate New York, in the town of Poughkeepsie.
I want to show you, I made a cut back from here, and I've taken out a bit from there.
That's not what I'm interested in.
A developer
Okay,
needs city
I have your
approval
money.
for his water plans.
Take that.
But city representative Fred Andros wants something in return.
Do you want your permit or not?
This will cover it all.
Fred was able to shake down companies very easily, and they would have to pay him off. If they didn't do what he said, Fred wouldn't give them the permits, they wouldn't be able to open their buildings. Simple as that.
Fred Andros has a strange power over people in business and in private. For the past 20 years, he's had an on-again, off-again affair with Dawn Silvernail.
You have no choice. I owe him a favor. You owe me a favor.
Now in her 50s, married with children, Dawn seems almost under his spell.
Okay.
For some reason, he was able to get women to trust him. And, you know, Dawn fell into that same category.
Crime writer M. William Phelps says from the time Dawn first met Fred, she could never really escape.
Dawn didn't really want to be romantic with Fred. She just no connection with him. So she takes off for this job down south, and she never told Fred where she was going. But she gets a call one day from Fred, and Fred says, "You can't hide from me. I know where you are at all times."
Over the years, Dawn has relied on Fred for money. In return, he or his associates receive sex.
Fred's power over Dawn didn't happen overnight. It happened over years. From the very first time Dawn was corrupted by him, she became his to do anything he wanted her to do.
Dawn isn't Fred's only plaything. He's also having an affair with Susan Fassett, a policeman's wife. Occasionally, he gets the two women together for his sexual gratification.
Get your robes off.
Fred decides that he wants Susan to have sex with another woman while he videotapes it. And Susan says, "Okay, I'll do it," because she wants to do anything to make Fred happy, I guess.
Fred, I don't want to do this. I don't think I can do it.
Get undressed.
I think Fred was able to control Susan and Dawn because they were afraid of him. After the very first time Susan had an intimate contact with Fred, he could use that against her in the future. She was married. She did have children. Dawn knew that he knew all the bad things she had done. I think they felt trapped.
Dawn is also embroiled in Fred's shady shakedowns at the water department.
She picked up several envelopes of money while Fred was ongoing with his corruption scandal, which she went along with this and made some extra money by helping Fred out.
But Fred's corruption is about to be exposed. Captain Arthur Boyko from the Poughkeepsie Major Crime Unit was there.
He was under a corruption scandal and was a witness in a federal probe into his position as a town of Poughkeepsie water supervisor.
Yeah,
With the federal investigation looming, everyone is on edge.
The blueprint are okay, but there's something wrong with the specifications. Well, look, I haven't done the permits. I haven't seen the specifications.
Susan decides she wants to distance herself.
Set up an appointment with him. I'll ring him back. Bye. Take him back.
No, Fred. It's over.
He had told her about some of these things. So he kind of made it seem to her like you're involved as much as I am.
I love you, Susan.
Don't, not now.
And Fred could not take rejection. It was something he just couldn't take. So he turned rejection into revenge.
Be careful, Susan. Don't do anything you're gonna regret.
Fred is in deep trouble. Susan, a policeman's wife, can bring him down. He needs a fix. So he turns to his old girlfriend, ever reliable, Dawn Silvernail.
Fred says, well, I need you to do me a favor. That woman that you've been having sex with, that I've been videotaping, you need to kill her for me.
Dawn Silvernail has known Fred Andros for 20 years. He's been her friend, her lover, her financier.
What the hell?
Now, he wants his return.
They look like surveillance photographs almost of Dawn's son, smoking a cigarette on the back dock where he works. There's a picture of Dawn's aunt walking her dog. And Fred says, you see these? You don't want anything to happen to these people, do you, Dawn?
Fred wants Dawn to be his assassin. The target is Susan Fassett, Fred's ex-lover, and Dawn's ex-sex partner.
Sure would be a shame if there was a drive-by shooting and your son was shot.
She was in fear for her safety and well-being as well as her family members, and that's what helped motivate her to do this crime.
It will be a cold-blooded execution when Susan walks to her car after choir practice.
Fred was certainly the mastermind behind the whole thing, provided Dawn with all the details where Susan would be, the time that she would be leaving the choir practice, and pretty much gave her everything she needed to commit the murder.
So Dawn parks right next to Susan's car, knowing that she's gonna come out at some point. And she just waited.
She was in the passenger side of her car. She had a ski mask on.
Had the gun in her hand, and she put the seat back in her car. So when Susan walked out, she wouldn't even see her. She keeps looking, and she sees Susan walk out of the church, walk across the street. Susan gets in her car, closes the door, and as Susan is putting her seatbelt on,
she sat up and pointed the gun out the window and fired and kept firing.
Dawn just kind of unloaded the gun. A lot of the bullets hit Susan Fassett.
6 shots don't kill Susan instantly. She will die 2 hours later in the hospital.
Susan was an innocent. She did nothing wrong except probably try to break up with the wrong guy.
Fred Andros is used to getting his way. But the weight of guilt will break Dawn's 20 years of subservience.
I can't do this.
What do you mean you can't do it?
She turns herself in.
Susan had family, 2 sons that loved her, and I think the emotional part of it eventually got to Dawn.
And there will be no deal when police arrive to arrest Fred.
Fred attempted to take his own life by shooting himself right underneath the chin, and the bullet exited between his eyes and then struck a wall right at the top of the stairwell where myself and one of the other investigators were standing.
Fred lives to be found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 25 years. 2 years later, he dies of a heart attack. Dawn Silvernail is convicted of murder. She is currently serving a life sentence.
I think Dawn was only dangerous as long as Fred had something over her. And when that factor was removed from her life, she would have no reason to hurt anyone. She wasn't a criminal. He turned her into one.
Dawn's remorse continues to this day.
She says that there's not a night that goes by in prison that she doesn't have nightmares about this crime.
These deadly women became puppets, killing on demand. Dawn Silvernail hoped cold-blooded murder would cancel a debt. Bonnie Heddy's need for a man cut short a young life. And Jennifer Reale was conditioned to kill. They fell victim to a dominating man and became lethal weapons under his control.